appreciate everybody here. Good afternoon. It is 5:03 on July 2nd, 2025, and the District of Columbia State Board of Education working session is now called to order. The working session is being streamed live on the State Board YouTube page for members of the public to view. The roll will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Executive Director Butler, please call the roll.
Representative Best. Representative Chang.
Present.
Representative Colson.
Present.
Representative Goulet.
Here.
Representative Henderson. Representative Johnson Law. Representative Thompson.
Present.
Representative Williams.
Present.
President Patterson.
President. Thank you so much, Director. A quorum has been determined, and the State Board will now proceed with the meeting. And first out is the leadership report. I have sent it out to everyone, shared it via over the internet and everything like that, but it's also thanks to the staff. I appreciate you guys. It's also in your materials. It is quite lengthy. I don't think you need to go through it in totality to go line for line. But it's in your material at this particular time. I will hit on a few key things. Just to make sure that the public knows some of the things that we talked about and who we met with. We met with DME on June 11th, and we basically at that particular meeting, we just talked about, and I want to emphasize this again. The quorum when we have meetings, we always want to operate in a sense of collaboration. It's not a competition, no matter how passionate we feel about the issues that are before us. We want to make sure that we are always respectable, and we discuss that with DME. Just to let them know that as far as the state board as an entity, we will always try to adhere to the best of our as possible when conducting our meetings. We also talked about the graduation task force at that particular time. He was very appreciative of course, the collaboration that is coming forward with the task force that the state board put together. So we talked about that. We also did talk about an issue that has been discussed with a lot of passion. We talked about the kindergarten attendance and what that's doing at a particular time. He wants to continue to have those conversations. We've had some since then. Those meet took place almost a month ago at this particular time. But we'll continue to address those issues and things that are going to happen. We talked about also a Washington Post article that was published about truancy and everything like that. He gave his opinion on that and feeling that it was somewhat unfair. He feels that the uplift legislation is the best solution currently shared. And up there on the council. Mayor wants to expand the pilot host that keeps the money in the mayor's budget to do so. Other subjects that we talked about in our DMA meeting was equity in teacher pay, because as we know, we have two sectors, and we want to make sure that both sectors have equitable pay across both sectors, charter and traditional. We talked about how that could possibly be done. We talked about the facility allotment. As we know that charters, they get a facility allotment. It is in the budget for this particular year, but it may not be going forward, or the percentage of increase may not be there. They said they will address that as they look at budgets going forward, knowing that we will have shortfalls in the future for the next 4 years is what we're estimating. What I see is estimating to the tune of over $1 billion, about $350 million per year that we'll have less of due to the right sizing, as we'll say politically, of federal government and not having those individuals in the city. The next thing that is on my list, as far as, of course, we did not meet with the chairman and a lot going on, budgets and stuff like that, so we could have that meeting like we normally do. And then there is a long list of the meetings that we had. I mean, submit to the individual, and you can read for yourself. We cover quite a large topic of dates, of items, and everything. We appreciate you being so responsive and detailed and giving us those reports. Again, be those members for how we talked about those and some of the answers that were provided to us. So thank you for that. And with that being said, is there any questions at this particular time. Yes, sir.
In the deputy mayor's discussion about the spirit of collaboration with the board, did he address at all the fact that he hasn't sent the response to the information request we gave about kindergarten?
I'll say this, we touched on that, how we're gonna make sure that we continue the conversation.
I mean, but did he commit to giving it to us?
He did not.
When we met with the deputy mayor, there was no request from the state board.
No,
at
not
that
from the
time.
state board, from me as a member. I sent him a
Well, we
request.
didn't speak to individual member concerns, only things that have been officially set by the board.
Okay, I will, we'll escalate it then to a state board request if my colleagues don't do that.
And that can be a request that.
Because, I mean, this was from an individual member on some data that they said they already had, and now that they've refused to share for weeks. So I'll be glad to, in the spirit of collaboration, hope that they'll send us that, because it's a real impediment to knowing the extent of the issue we're facing on kindergarten enrollment citywide. So I'll be glad to put that together, and I'll add it to the agenda later today.
Yeah, and we can talk about that. Okay, we'll make sure that we do have a good discussion on it. But thank you. Were there any other questions or comments on?
Yes.
As needed?
One more
Uh-huh.
question, because, and this is on a similar issue, is I've received outreach from facilities, who are very confused right now as to what's going on in my childcare facilities. Because they have students right now who are enrolled in different grade tracks. Did the deputy mayor talk at all about his plans for outreach over the summer to finally inform facilities what's
We
happening
did not speak on that.
with their licenses or anything like that?
Did not
Okay.
speak on that.
All right.
Other questions? Thanks. I will now turn to Executive Director Butler for her director.
Good evening, members of the Neeson State Board of Education. Since the last update, State Board team has successfully executed our SAC Senior Celebration, conducted a walkthrough with the for our office, with our office current renovation contractors, finalized a design for our renovated space, completed the hiring process for our new administrative support specialist, and onboarded our new operations fellow, Ms. Brewer, and comms fellow, both students at American University. Graduate students at American University. The staff also coordinated a one-on-one board chair training with board leadership led by Ms. Susan Leahy on Robert's rules. And so it's been a busy June. More busy than we anticipated. So I just want to thank the staff for their tireless work, attention to detail, and the joy that they bring to our office. There's a lot going on, but people tend not to be upset or angry or grumpy, which is great. Looking ahead to July, members, please remember to submit your student representative scores by July 15th. Over the next week, you will see two particular emails that I want you to look out for. First, provide an overview of the SBOE office construction timeline and our transition to our swing space at the Levant Plaza. The second will outline agenda options for the board's fall retreat, which is scheduled for September 13th, 2025, from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Additionally, if you have any agenda items for the upcoming meeting with our state superintendent, please email them to board leadership and myself no later than Wednesday, July 9th. Lastly, during the month of July, while the board is in recess, the state board team will be taking rotating vacation and time off. Please keep this in mind when you are reaching out to staff over the next week.
Thank you, Director Butler. Does anyone have any questions for Director Butler or her Executive Director report? Seeing none, and no heads nod or, well,
Yes.
I see one, Representative Chad.
Hello, Director Butler. What else do you need for the summer? Is there anything that we can help with over the summer?
If you can, well, DGS owns the building. They don't want us to physically move anything, because they're responsible for liability and those kind of things. So there's no need for that. I would just say be patient with staff because we have our final swing space group conversation on tomorrow at 12:30. And they will lay out the full timeline and logistics. But having the month of July free from meetings and all of those things that normally happen with staff would be helpful, so the staff can have their time off. to rest and break and come back prepared for August. Because that is normally a busier time of year between the back to school outreach events and preparing for, working session and a public meeting and moving to the Smith space the first week of August.
Okay.
So it's just keeping all of those things in mind so that people can rest while they can in July and be, up to speed and recuperated at 100% when they return in August.
So what I'm hearing is I'll come up with all the wild ideas in July to send over.
You could. I'm not sure if people will respond, but send them. The email box never closes, so it's always open.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Director. I don't see anything else for the Director. Thank you again.
Oh, there
Yes.
is a picture of one.
Okay.
Please respond to the emails that we send. Because the one about the retreat will have some particular questions for you. And that will be really, really important as the board leadership is planning for the retreat coming up. And if you have any questions about construction, we suggest that you ask them now. So if there's something you can take to QGS, you can take back to them before we ship over to the space.
And I do want to reiterate, if I can, Director Butler, emphasis on the retreat. We took all the things that you guys put into your responses, your survey, and we're trying to make sure that the agenda addresses those things. So please pay attention to those emails, so we make sure that we get the most out of this retreat. I know we came from the last one with a few questions and some people, just wanted to know, some things left over, let me say that. And so please look forward to that email and respond if you have any questions or any comments as far as how we put that retreat together for you. So I appreciate it. I am now going to turn the next 45 minutes over to our state superintendent, Dr. Mitchell, and the team that she brought here. She got Mr. Paul here, Dr. Jones, this is Weaver Harris, and Ms. Glick. So we're going to turn it over to you for the next 45 minutes so that you can talk about the high school graduation requirement.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And good evening to all of the State Board of Education members. Thank you so much for having us today. We are going to share the latest update from the Reimagining a High School Graduation Initiative. We are very excited to share with you what we've learned based on our feedback sessions, as well as our sessions with area experts over the last few months. I want to say thank you so very much for the collaboration that we have had as we have embarked on this particular initiative. The questions that you have asked, the invitations to meetings, all of that has made the work richer and better, and we are sincerely grateful for that. I am actually only doing a small part today because Dr. Jones is going to lead the first part of the discussion. And then we have our special education team who I'm so delighted to have them with us this evening because they're going to share with us some information about diplomas and certificates, what they mean and what they can be in the context of changing our graduation requirements. All of this is very preliminary, as you all know, and we have not yet really incorporated all of the feedback that we've received so far, but we think it is important to bring you along as we are making changes. And so we want to share with you this evening. So thank you again for having us, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Jones.
Sure, thank you so much, Superintendent Mitchell, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. So, that's perfect, thank you. So as the superintendent shared during today's discussion, we're going to provide operational updates on the work that we've done since we last convened with you all. We're also going to touch upon the high-level themes that emerge from our public engagement opportunities. We're going to give a brief update on what we're doing with the graduate profile work, because as you all know, there's two important components that will be high school graduation requirements initiative, both the development of the graduate profile that you all are doing, and then also the graduation requirements. And then we'll turn it over to our colleagues in the Office of Special Education for the vision of the proposed diploma for learners within IEP. So in the area of the graduate profile, when we were last year, I shared that over the course of the summer, we are going to convene we titled it Resource Advisory Group, and it consists of educators across grade bands. And they are gonna provide counsel on what LEA level, classroom level resources would need to be completed for schools to implement the graduate profile with fidelity. We're going to kick those conversations off in mid-July. We anticipate that this group will meet 3 times, both during July and August, and look forward to bringing updates on that work back to you all. Also, equally as important, as OSSI moves into its next strategic planning initiative, the graduate profile is going to serve as a key component of that work. So we're not only looking at it from the LEA teaching and learning perspective, but also from a holistic organizational perspective. The superintendent gave you all definitely the flowers that you all deserve for partnership with OSSI. So our engagement with SBOE will continue. I want to just personally thank the representatives that are in this room that joined us during our public engagement sessions. You all were able to hear the voices of your constituents related to this work, and please note that your presence is really appreciated. And then also related to public engagement, we will touch upon the themes momentarily from the various feedback sessions that were held. Move to the next slide, please. So, as shared with you all in the past, we're extremely deliberate about the groups that we engage with. You'll see representing many of the organizations that we met with during our first 2 rounds of public engagement, consisting of career and college readiness experts, teachers, also parents and families, but we expanded our work to additional sister state educational organizations, as well as a host of special education advocacy organizations. And later in the presentation, when we are talking about the vision for the Diploma for Learners with IEPs, we'll dive more into the feedback that emerged from those specific sessions. Go to the next slide, please. So this is just backwards. Yeah, that's all right, perfect. So, sorry, you're making it work, and that's all that matters. So we have themes here in 4 key areas: core requirements, post-secondary planning, the capstone, and endorsement options, because those were the areas that that echoed loudest from the field. So you'll see in core requirements, and this is something that you all also shared during our last meeting, was the sentiment surrounding the importance of keeping the social studies requirements as is. And that is something that I see will be doing within our proposal for the graduation requirements. Also, we heard from the field that there should be an amplification surrounding course substitutions and what that would look like within this work. And that is also something that I see is leveraging within our proposal. Similarly, within the area of course substitutions, it was noted that there will be more guidance that we need to use from OSSI. So this is something that across the graduation requirements, we know will need to be included is additional guidance on implementation as well as professional development for the field. I do want to call out this 3rd area that we have listed under core requirements, and this is from a very specific SME perspective, and it's related to world languages and how that can be leveraged from a competency-based education perspective. So you all know within DCPS right now that they do a phenomenal job of implementing the seal of applied literacy. And the superintendent and I most recently had a conversation with the founder of that organization, because we are at the onset of having conversations about what it could look like if OSSI as an agency were also to have a sealed applied literacy, in addition to the work that DCPS is having, because as you all know, we have both the DCPS schools to consider, but also charter schools to consider as well. So those are some early conversations that we're starting to have surrounding what that work and that would look like. In the area of post-secondary planning, I shared that holistically we will be focusing on what guidance and professional development looks like. That is something that emerged from the field, is that there will need to be professional development and guidance issued in this area. Christy, will talk a little bit more about this one specific area, but when we met with individuals from the respective special education organizations, they championed the idea of, if we are having increased focus on post-secondary planning, how can that be embedded within the IEP process? In the area of endorsements, one of the other things that we heard from the special education advocacy organizations was, within this proposed diploma for learners within IEP, yes, we have the current proposed endorsement options, but what would it look like if we added on an endorsement pathway that is focused on career readiness? Also life skills. So what could that look like for this population? And then in the area of the capstone, there was some queries from the field of if we could connect their graduate profile work to a capstone option, to an endorsement option versus it just being a proposed recommendation as a capstone. Could that also get some endorsement option? So those are some of the high level themes that we've heard from the field related to this work.
Just zooming out one layer, did people understand why we were going through this process? Yeah. Why are we taking this on now, and
Yeah.
what success looks like?
So one of the underlying tones that I definitely felt was a consistent sentiment was that Oxy was being applauded for having a very contemporary approach to education and the education landscape, as well as having a focus on greater student choice within their academic journey. Because when we explained the value of having proposed endorsement options that focus on what students see as valuable separate from the core requirements, that was the motivator for a lot of our audience to say, this is why you all are focusing on student choice, and that like connectivity to what students actually deem as important to them, separate from the core requirements, right? So I feel like, yes, absolutely, there was understanding that what we are trying to do is take the good work that DC is currently doing, but just move it to a more contemporary space. Superintendent, did you get that same sentiment?
I did very much. I actually feel that many of the folks that we talked to had a sigh of relief. Like, finally, we're modernizing. Finally, we're thinking about these requirements and thinking about student choice, thinking about integrated mathematics, thinking about those education initiatives that are just a lot more engaging for students, and where research is pointing us. And so I really feel that folks are excited about the work.
Was in that vein, was there anything that you thought would be more of a topic of conversation that you were surprised by being, something that people weren't as honed in on or reacted to? Or even something we worked really hard on that people were just like, okay.
I absolutely believe that there is a lot of passion from district residents around all the innovative content that we are proposing. So there was a lot of rich conversation and discussion. I definitely feel like this was through all of the rounds of public engagement. I felt like residents were very happy that Oxy was reaching out and actually listening to the comments from parents, from students, from educators. And it made me have a sense of like, this is the reason that we are doing this work, not only to help transform academics within the district, but also so that there was actual voice from the folks that are most impacted. So I don't think that there was a pause during any of the conversation where folks were not
And
acting.
it also sounds like it wasn't necessarily, nothing was groundbreaking or super surprising from it either.
No, I don't think so. And in the areas that we did, hear the need for there to be some amendments, social studies, for example. We heard that loud and clear, and we, have pivoted, as needed. But in those areas where folks may have felt like this is not the direction that we want to move in, we heard that all.
Okay.
And for our members, if we could, I'll let you answer the question. Write your question down, because I want to be able, maybe answer some of the questions. It's your presentation, and hold your questions until the end, so that we can allow them to get through it, and then we can have a robust conversation afterwards. Good, but go right ahead.
Just going to share that, one of the things that people seem to really gravitate toward, was the endorsements and this notion that we want to focus kids on the future, what they might become. So the CTE option was very big, experiential learning, hands-on real-world application, and consequently the integration of disciplines. They absolutely love that.
Moving forward, and I'm going to.
Sure. So as I've indicated, we have not yet incorporated all of the findings from our outreach this spring. But we have kind of nailed a few areas where we think that we will make changes to our recommendation. Next slide, please. So one is the social studies. We heard loud and clear. People really believe that 4 years of social studies are important. And that the courses that are currently offered are the courses that we should continue to offer. I think all of the work that happened around the development of the social studies standards really made that a very real recommendation. And consequently, we've modified our recommendations and the proposed recommendations to include 4 years of social studies. And also science came up, particularly the wards, was it 5 and 6 education councils really felt that we should rethink this notion of only one lab-based science. They felt that maybe 2 lab-based sciences were called for. Many folks talking about the significance of chemistry. And so we're going to go back and at least rethink that recommendation based on a couple of instances in which the folks that we were speaking with took issue with that recommendation. And then finally, our health and PE folks said to us that it's not clear what the breakdown should be between health and PE. We say right now in our requirements that students should have 1.5 credits and that's it. So we sought to be a little bit clearer in that we are going to recommend that the requirements indicate that 0.5 credits be for health and then the full credit for gym or PE. So those are some changes to the recommendations that we are certainly going to make, but other changes may come down the pike as well. Just wanted to let you know where our thinking is right now. And now this has been really exciting. I can't tell you how excited both parents and educators and advocates have been to think about different ways of acknowledging the work and the capabilities of our students with IEPs. And for that, I turn it over to Christy Weaver and Victoria Glenn.
Thanks for having us tonight. So I'm going to speak a little bit about what our goals are for this proposed diploma option. And I refer to this as a modified diploma or an alternative diploma. And I very much use quotation marks for that because what we end up naming this really matters. We want to make sure that it is both accurate and descriptive of what these students can do, but also resonates in the community so that we are achieving the goals that we're at. So if you hear me say alternative diploma or modified diploma, that's not exactly, that may not be the name of what we've come up with, but it's just a catch-all for what we're going to do. Next slide, please. So our goal here is to offer a new diploma option for students with disabilities who are kind of in the middle. We have a group of students who with students with IEPs who are achieving a standard diploma, and then we have a group of students who are getting a certificate. We also have this group in the middle that we know are either getting a certificate by default or they are just disengaging from education. Okay, so in our most recent performance oversight hearing responses, we provided data that 607 students with disabilities received a diploma, 45 students received a certificate, and 357 students with disabilities dropped out. It's that 357 group that we want to be able to provide a different opportunity for them to receive a credential that describes what they can do, their skills and their abilities, but for whom a certificate may not be rigorous enough, but they may also not meet, they're not currently meeting graduation requirements. The goal here is to have a diploma that has the same or similar endorsement options as the standard diploma. And the goal is really to prepare students for life after high school. So we're looking at employment, career training, life skills, independent living, perhaps not a four-year university, but also something that can help prepare them to an on-ramp to community college programming, vocational programming, things like that. The goal here is not to replace the certificate for students with disabilities. We did hear in a bunch of our stakeholder engagement that people were really scared that we were going to replace that. That's not the goal. We want to maintain that option for students with disabilities here. Something else that we have heard and that we see as part of this implementation of this diploma option is a big lift around development and release of guidance to support LEAs and IEP teams, both in advising parents and students about their diploma options, but also about mobility and flexibility between diploma options. We have heard that once you're on a certificate track, you're stuck there basically. It's very isolating. And in some instances, students will elect a certificate track to access a vocational program or some other programming that's being offered by the LEA, but that is only available to certificate students. And as it stands right now, students should be able to move between certificate and diploma. It shouldn't be a determining factor, especially when these decisions are often being made in like 8th and 9th grade. We don't want students being dedicated to a single track. The other thing that we have heard is that IEP team students, parents need access to clear and better information about what their options are and about what those options mean outside of high school. So we don't like to hear that students get through 4 years of high school and then they're surprised that they're getting a certificate that is not the same as a diploma. Those discussions really should be happening at the IEP team level and in those annual IEP team meetings. IDA provides for very robust engagement with parents and students around post-secondary transition planning. So part of this effort is going to be improving those conversations, providing resources to LEAs, providing resources for parents to help inform that and make sure that people are getting access to consistent and accurate information so they can make the best decisions for themselves and their students. Next slide, please. So to give you an idea of what the certificate is right now, under our special education regulations, what we usually call Chapter 30, LEAs are required to have a policy in place that defines the requirements for the IEP certificate of completion. If they did not put a policy in place by July 1, 2023, there are default requirements that apply that are also provided for in regulation. It's a minimum of 14 credit units, 2 credits per of the major core categories, plus satisfactory completion of community service hours and IEP goals as determined by the IEP team. So it's essentially taking the standard diploma, shrinking it a little bit. This was intended to give a floor to the certificate. Prior to these regulations, there were no requirements for a certificate. That was just students were getting certificates without any consistency or standardization. We have heard in our engagements that some believe that these requirements are too low, that it's setting the bar too low for students, that we have students who are far exceeding this, but that are still getting a certificate. So that's something that we want to hear as we move forward around what role does the certificate play in the landscape moving forward. Something we've also heard loud and clear and that we are all aware of is that the certificate does not support students in pursuing education or work after school. So we know that the certificate is not an option for a student who is trying. The student cannot go to an employer and say, I have a diploma. They can also not have, they also don't have access to a credential that is accurately describing what they can and should be doing. Next slide, please. So we've looked at options that are currently available across the nation. And just to be clear, this is research that is most recent. The first time that I did this research in my tenure at OSSI was in 2012 when I first started OSSI. This is something that we have looked at throughout my time there. So when Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Jones raised this with us, I was like, I have so much research. We have so much. So the general trends that you see across the nation when states are looking at adding alternative diplomas specific for students with disabilities. So this is specific, this is not like all diploma options that they're offering, it's specifically for students with disabilities. You generally see a trend towards career readiness, occupational, vocational, career training, things like that. There are eight states that have an alternative diploma that has some sort of a specific occupational component to it. There are also 5 states that allow LEAs to establish, there's a general move towards establishing an alternative diploma, but not establishing state level requirements for it. So there are 5 states that allow LEAs to establish their own requirements. And then there are 10 states that allow LEAs or IEP teams to modify course requirements or to determine essentially like another competency-based measure for students to show proficiency towards graduation requirements. There's also some states, there's 15 states that align eligibility for an alternative diploma to students who have significant cognitive disabilities who participate in the alternate assessment. That's consistent with requirements around ESSA that I'll speak to in just a second. But very interestingly, there are 6 states that award a standard diploma for completion of IEP goals. And that's the sole requirement. There's like 1 state that has completion of IEP goals with an occupational component. And then there are 14 states that award a certificate of completion for IEP goals, so similar to what we currently have. It's just the certificate. It's not considered a standard diploma. But again, there are 6 states that allow students to receive a standard diploma for completion of their IEP goals, consistent with their IEP team's determination of what satisfies those IEP goals.
Dr. Patterson, then just as a clarifying question.
Mhm.
Does that count as, so is that what we're doing? We're following the 6 states or we're doing something different?
We're trying to figure out where we're gonna go
Okay.
with it. But it's just, based on the stakeholder engagement that we've conducted so far,
Yep.
there does not seem to be an appetite for a pathway to a standard diploma for these students. Most folks have said that they would like to see it be considered a separate credential than the standard high school diploma.
Okay.
I know there's been some questions about what does ESSA provide for? So ESSA provides for a state-defined alternate diploma, again, for students with disabilities who have significant cognitive disabilities, who take the alternate assessment. We're not proposing limiting this diploma to that group of students. Initial conversations have been around how an IEP certificate might be better suited for that group of students in the district. But this is not the track that we intend to take. I believe the intention within ESSA was that most students, the majority of your students, would be tracking towards a standard diploma. So this was an effort to provide an additional opportunity for the students with the greatest needs. We do not think that that fits our current context. We know that we have this middle group of students who are getting nothing, who are disengaging, or who are getting a certificate by default. And we really want to be serving that population of students, not the students that are participating at all. You would like any question?
I'm gonna hold, I love what I'm hearing, but I'm gonna hold. Thank you.
And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jones to speak a little bit about what we've heard in those feedback sessions so far.
Thank you so much, Christy. And so, in addition to the robust suite of public engagement activities that we conducted, I shared that we did meet with some targeted special education organizations. And before I talk about those, I want to just nod to Representative Johnson Law for lending us her valuable feedback surrounding this work. So thank you for that. We greatly appreciated that conversation. But specifically, the superintendent and I presented at the DC Special Education Institute, which consisted of classroom level and administrative level staff that work with special education population. We also spoke with the DC Special Education Cooperative And Christy is the state facilitator for the DC State Advisory Committee for Special Education. We had the opportunity to get feedback from that group as well. I also want to point out that the Office of Special Education is also going to convene a more comprehensive listening session once the proposal that they are developing is at a draft state to get feedback on the direction of the work. So that is going to be forthcoming with a suite of special education interest organizations. Next. So Christy spoke to some of the themes that emerged from the feedback sessions that we held with special education interest groups. She spoke about the opportunity to have a more of a clear focus within an endorsement option. And then also the need for there to be very transparent resources that are available for families and guardians related to the post-secondary transition process. So what I'll focus more on are the feedback that's included within the core content and substitutions area here. So we heard from the field, what could it look like in this work if there was a focus on application-based math and science, so applied math and science within the graduation requirements in this proposed diploma option. Also, consideration for world languages. So what if we included ASL? You know, other states include ASL within Maryland, California. So what if that was an option within the graduation requirements? Also, and this came from GCPS, most specifically, examining the music requirement. And if there could be any flexibility there for students that may be deaf or hard of hearing. So those are some of the areas under course content or substitution that we heard frequently occur. And then within the area of the IEP certification, as Christy shared, it's just more a recap of what common themes students have about the certificate that it may be deemed more than a certificate. Also from educators, there was a thread that we heard that both of those options should exist, and Chrissy spoke to that as well, that there's space definitely for the students that may be in this middle lane for the proposed diploma, but then also there may be absolute benefit for the certificate of completion to remain as well. So those are some of the high level things that we heard from the feedback.
Sure. So our next steps here is, as Dr. Mitchell said, we're going to convene a focus group to talk again with some of the special education organizations that we already are deeply engaged in with our work, and advocates, parents, LEA level folks we want to hear from. Once we have a proposal for them to provide feedback on. One of the things that we heard, especially when we engaged with SAPSI, was that they were interested in hearing more specifics about what the diploma could look like so that they could have something to react to, right? We're going to be developing a draft proposal for this diploma option to be included with a package that comes to you at the end of the summer. And again, we'll include that draft proposal in the proposed graduation. So we have a good amount of work ahead of us and not a lot of time.
And as you move into questions, we definitely would love to hear questions on the
Yeah.
specific presentation, but I will also say, if there's anything specific that you are looking for in terms of our presentation to you on the final package and later this summer, would love to hear from you on that, like if there's something specific that you would benefit you as you're considering this.
Now we'll move to our first round, so to speak, of questions, and I recognize Blake.
Well, I just want to thank you so much. I think, first of all, I think community engagement's made a big difference, really improved the process and for any major policy shift. I think community engagement is paramount. So thank you for reaching out and discussing with the community. On the issue with local diplomas, I think you're moving in the right direction on this. I call it a local diploma. That's what it's called in New York State. I don't know if that's the right phrase here, but it was something similar. And I think that's absolutely the route we should be going with this, so I'm 100% on board with that. The questions I have though are, will this be, I mean, you kind of talked about maybe alternate phrasing for it. Will it be treated like a high school diploma though? In all ways, will this be a high school diploma that someone who's deemed career ready by completing this diploma will be able to treat it as a high school diploma, so they wouldn't have to go back and get a GED. It's a full diploma, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I think that's really important for me on this, is making sure this is a full diploma. I mean, and certifying career readiness, I think, is the importance of that. The other thing I would also just suggest on it is we talked out here about it being for students with IEPs. I think it should be beyond that, in my personal opinion. Because there may be a student who doesn't need or have an IEP, but just isn't interested in going to college. Maybe just wants to go be a mechanic or something like that. Clearly career ready, but not interested in taking college ready courses. And just wants to maybe do an internship, maybe do some work there. I think that student, if they're career ready and they don't have or need an IEP, they should still be able to get this diploma without having completed the whole array of courses you would need for we'll call it the college ready diploma or something. I mean, in New York State, it was called a Regents diploma and a local diploma. But I just don't think we should limit it to students with an IEP, because there's a whole class of students who might benefit from this, who just want to go right into the workforce. So I love the path you're on. That's all my feedback. I just commend you for your engagement and for, I think, where we are thus far. So thank you all for the presentation today.
Thank you for that feedback. It's not the first time I've heard that.
Okay.
I wanna build on what Rep. Goulet has just said. I agree that it should be open to any student if they desire. And I'm thinking about two other things as we're building this out and dreaming this out. I always come back to the data from the Deputy Mayor's office, Deputy Mayor of Education, which gives us very strong data about how our students fare compared to other students coming to DC from across the country in terms of employment. And I'm also thinking about our new budding identity as the sports capital. And so I'm wondering, while we're imagining and dreaming, if we're doing endorsements and we're saying to an employer that with this endorsement, this student has learned these particular things, is there a possibility, and again, just dreaming out loud, is there a possibility for us then to say to the Commanders, if they come back home, to the Wizards and all of the other franchises that we have here, that this student is now a subject matter expert and we're making the connection with the student and the employee? Because what we don't want to do is just for them to graduate. We want them to be able to have family sustaining careers where they are able to reside here in DC if they desire. And so I just want us to wrap around and put the bow on it as well, not just with the diploma, but then making that connection as well. So it's probably going to be an interagency discussion, I'm sure. But if we're at the drafting table, let's think about all the way towards the end.
I think a major component of this work is going to be socializing this diploma to make sure that both whatever we're creating is descriptive of what a student's skills and abilities are, but also making sure that we're making those connections with the community, with employers, with not just UVC, when we're not to Montgomery County, PG County, Northern Virginia, and saying to those community colleges, to other vocational programs, this is what this diploma means and this is why you need to accept it. This is what the students who are coming to you with this diploma can do. And I see that as a big, the socialization of this is going to be a very large component of the work ahead of us.
And I would also add that sports and entertainment is a program of study in CTE.
CTE, yep.
So as we think about endorsements, students could pursue that track and then finish with that expertise. Internships, apprenticeships, and things of that nature, absolutely.
And I hear you, Dr. Mitchell. I just want us to continue to recognize that we are DC. And so when people are coming to our city, how does their presence benefit the city and our students? So.
Well, Dr. Rager, real quick.
So in terms of the ASL, I think it should definitely be an option for just any student who want to take it, because, DC does not have a lot of in-state universities. And it houses the world's only campus for deaf students, where like deaf and hard of hearing students, where that is the predominant language other than English that is used on campus. So I think that would be an asset to create another avenue for our students, particularly since we live in a community where that is unique to DC. But it's definitely might be an option that would overall student.
Vice President Reagan.
Sure, quick, factual question. So with the health and PE changes, the total amount of credit is staying the same, we're just classifying it more particularly.
That's correct.
And I've obviously talked to DCBS or any charter leaders as to how that could impact staffing.
So we had, our health and wellness team has reached out to TCDS's director of, physical education and health. And there's alignment there in that proposal, but our health and wellness team is also going to convene with our subject matter experts later on in the summer to query and get, their ideas on relevance to the field.
I'm excited, or I want to learn more about what they say, because I know that is, gonna be very serious for how schools just align the course sequence and the staffing to meet that need. I heard for the first time today, kind of like, and this has been asked by a variety of people, including even Representative Chang earlier, like what problem we're solving for, like why we're doing this right now. I heard a lot around the theme of like modernizing engagement, and that's where I hear the shift in conversation around endorsement options. Is there a number, a range of endorsement options that OSSI is considering at this point? Like, because we've been throwing out a variety of different things, even like Representative Colson was just now about, sports and entertainment, but what are the parameters we're really considering at this point?
Sure. So we are considering 3 right now. One is a CTE option. You know that we have 32 sets of standards in CTE that a student might choose from at different high schools here in the city. So one is the CTE option. Another option for the endorsement is dual enrollment and AP, so that students could choose that one. And then there's an individualized option that students could create with an advisor. Right now, those are the 3 that are on the table. We have heard and are thinking about language as a possible additional option. But for right now, we have 3.
And then get the, post diploma reminders with IEP or beyond that, also has this career focused endorsement, then that would be that.
And I know that we're figuring this out as we go, and we have our task force too, that will be, doing continued, community engagement. At this point, what's your best, I guess, guess or expectation when we can see specifics around what those
It's an
endorsement options? Can we expect to see those particular, okay. And then I guess for right now, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Whether others. All right, I'm gonna go to Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, to all of you, thank you all so much. And look, it's good to see you. It's great to see you, my dear. Superintendent Mitchell, Dr. Jones, I can't see you, but even down here. Even on the other side. And I know you all have been working so hard on this. And I know a lot of people are like ready for this. I just have a couple concerns, and I just want to be able to continue to push us to really ensure that not only we're uplifting this population, but giving them the best possible chance of success. So one of the things that I'm concerned about, I know we call this, right, like an IEP diploma. That can create a really big issue when we're talking about academic segregation. And so instead of calling it like an IEP diploma, what about something called like Flexi Pathways? And under this program called Flexi Pathways, you have kids that have IEPs. Dr. Colson, to your point, and Representative Colson and Representative Goulet, to your point about children who may not have an IEP, who just need another pathway to be able to get them to where they're going. Because when you have academic segregation like that, that could present a problem. And outside of the DMV, if someone sees alternate diploma, if I'm going to West Virginia, if I'm going to California, Nebraska, Oklahoma, you know, states where, you know, someone could go to the military, just anything where you could move, would they accept that? And, you know, would that be acceptable to them? I understand about the different like working and vocational certificate endorsements. That would be great. But I have been talking to a lot of different folks in the field. I've been talking to Abria's IEP team about this, other parents, and the concern, like you all said earlier, would this be considered like another certificate, right? Because that's how some people might take it, and that could be an issue. Don't judge me, but like schools already have an issue with special education. They're already struggling now. And so to be able to say, okay, here's just an IEP diploma, would they even do it with fidelity? Would they even do it the right way? And that's another concern. And so I think we need to create something called like a flexi path. Like, don't judge y'all. Y'all know how like in the government, you got like a 549 schedule, you got like a 410 schedule. And the goal is I'm trying to get to 80 hours so I can get paid, right? But there are different ways to get to those 80 hours so you can get paid. What if FlexiPath, what if OSSI created something called FlexiPath to where those different things are created? Students with disabilities who are in the middle, students who don't have disabilities, but just need a different pathway. We shouldn't be creating a whole bunch of different diplomas. We should be creating different pathways to one diploma. Does that make sense? And I have like a whole like handout that I made. I can share that with y'all. I will not sit up here and take up all the time. But again, first, just I know y'all are working really hard. And I just want to say thank you. I just want to continue to push us because this has been a very underserved population. And I really want us, if we have the chance to get it right, let's get it right. Let's not make something look pretty. Let's do it right. So that's, but I can also share this with you all. If we need to have another follow-up, we can. Mr. President, I want to, Representative.
President Council.
I don't know if there was a response. I wanted to leave place for that in case it was.
Yeah, absolutely. One, I would say, as we engage in this discussion, there was never the thought that we would distinguish between the diplomas that a student would get. Everybody would get a diploma. There are some requirements in ESSA, so that we might have to give a state diploma. But if you talk to anybody with a GED who has received the state diploma, it's a diploma. There's no distinction whatsoever as they move forward through higher education or vocational education or jobs. Do you have a diploma? Yes, you do. So I very much appreciate the comment. I think that we are still very much on the same page. I look forward to seeing your handout. I like the idea.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy.
I have a few things. So, one, I'm happy to see the changes around the social studies. Really appreciate that. I'm sure Representative Henderson is here. He would say the same. I do have a clarifying question around the science credits, because I just want to make sure I understand how we're reading the language. I have to go back to the slides. So it says, to change OSSI's current proposal of science must include biology 3 units. Should I read that as it was previously saying you needed 3 units of biology? And now we're saying one of them should be biology and another lab science and another type of science, like environmental science, or like help me understand exactly what that language means.
So our original proposal was to change the science requirement from 4 units of science, where 3 of those courses had to be lab sciences, to 3 units of science and biology. Based on the feedback that we got from that proposal, 3 units of science and biology, we are now considering saying 3 units of science, and perhaps 2 of those units will be lab sciences. So maybe biology and chemistry, or biology and environmental science, something along those lines.
Okay, that's helpful. I want to make sure I understand. My next question, for the competency-based potential around the languages, are we should I understand that as, competency-based credit is reserved for languages?
No, I
Okay,
think you should read it as languages could receive, could be, the language requirement could be met through competency based.
through some type of competency-based demonstration.
Yes,
And we would determine what that is.
that is correct.
Okay, the process for endorsements, outside of this conversation, that I understand is not just this conversation, but I'm saying the larger process around us approving high school graduation requirements. Is it assumed that if OSSI wanted to add or change endorsements, that would go through a similar process like this, or or would that be something OSSI can do, and announce just like outside of, the statutory processes that we have set up?
Right. We haven't actually considered that, but my initial reaction is that we would have to come through the state board for any changes like that.
And last thing, I want to better understand the population breakdowns and what it means to be in the different population breakdowns for special education. So like, what do we mean when we say like these 45 kids versus the 300 plus kids who disengaged? Like, how are we, because I understand we're all lumping those into students who have IEPs. But I would assume there are huge variations within that. And so I do want to better understand, and maybe not right in this moment today, but like something for us to consider as we dive into the requirements and the task force. And when we talk about who can receive more rigorous instruction and like making sure we're capturing the whole and expanding that as long as wide as we can is important to me. So I do want to get a bit more granular and more information about that. And I would also like in future, hopefully near future, for us to share with us just more about the states you looked at. When we see the breakdown saying like these 6 states, these 8 states, these 9 states, so that as we're educating ourselves about the pathways, the endorsements, what they need, so we can get a better understanding of what is already out there and how it already exists in the world.
For sure, yeah, we have a good amount of research on that, be happy to provide. I will say that in our conversations, both internally, excuse me, and externally, Virginia's applied studies diploma has come up a lot. North Carolina's, is it called, their occupational diploma has come up a lot. And I will say, a lot of states have multiple options, so it's not, the numbers don't always add up to 50. But generally speaking, we have been looking at states who have done a good job of both defining and socializing their diploma options. We've seen in Virginia where they had some trouble with parents understanding what the applied studies diploma meant. They recently released some additional guidance on that. That's something that we want to avoid, right? Like we want to make sure we're getting out ahead of that. So we're seeing, when we looked at other states, we're seeing a lot of lessons learned, especially in implementation. But we want to make sure that we are defining a diploma that meets the specific needs of our student population. And I definitely hear you about better defining and describing what that student population is that we're trying to serve.
Thank you.
President Williams.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything today, I want to circle back to this, have there been any updates on the thinking behind Algebra 2 as a requirement? See your smile.
I am silent. I had the most interesting meeting yesterday. Was it just yesterday? Or was it last week? An organization called Just Equations. And they've done a tremendous amount of work looking at the integrated mathematics and where states are in terms of looking at their sequence of courses and how mathematics is taught. So we've been working closely with the math task force and looking forward to recommendations from that task force regarding mathematics and the recommendations that we would propose. Dr. Jones, if you'd like to add more, please feel free to do that.
Sure. So in addition to the conversations with Just Equations that earlier I shared that we have expanded upon our conversations with our sister state agencies. So just last Friday, met with 2 of the directors from the Maryland State Department of Education, because you all are probably aware of the fact that they have updated their mathematics policies for integrated math one and integrated math two, and also included within their curriculum, like data science or computer science as a stream within that work. So we met with them to talk about how they got that into fruition. And as superintendent shared, the math task force, one of the things that they will have as a sub-assignment is to convene a panel of national and local experts around integrated math. So there will be additional recommendation from that panel on this one.
Alright. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think I know there's a lot to still figure out with that, and I talking with a variety of people, I know that certain apprenticeships also require algebra two, so even if, like, as we look at how it feeds into higher education, I'm also thinking about how it feeds into an apprenticeship for like electrical, field or other things where I want to kind of know that they have access to that opportunity to take that, beforehand rather than being shut out of an opportunity afterwards.
Yeah.
Representative Goulet.
And I just want to kind of double back on what Representative Johnson Law was saying. For me, the name is going to be really critical on this because I think how it's perceived is going to matter. And I think what we want to have is, whether it be one versus two diplomas. I don't know. I know New York State does it. I'm from New York, so that's what I keep saying in New York, but I think there's pros and cons to each approach with that, but we've just got to be clear, this is a full high school diploma. And I think what we want to be able to do is give people confidence, particularly here in DC, but then across the country, that this diploma certifies workforce readiness, that this person who's completed this will be able to not only have job skills, but they've proven that, and they'll have all the basic life skills to live independently. So, yeah, and I think having the crossover of coursework that Representative Johnson Law mentioned is also really important, because I don't think there should really be any segregation between the tracks, and I mean, you should have certain criteria for getting, we'll just use the term Regents diploma, that's what I'm used to. But then, like the local or state diploma or whatever we decide to call it, I'm sure you'll come up with a better name than that. Like that diploma should also certify that the student is ready to go. But let's say that there's a student who doesn't want to take two credits of science, but really has an interest in music or English languages or whatever. They should be able to take those courses as well. So I think the crossover and the ability to mix and mingle the diplomas is going to be really important for me. And I think we're really on a good path with this. I think the alternate diploma would not be good with me, so I won't go for that. But I would, if we can get a name for it that is creative and really shows workforce readiness, that would be something exciting, and it would hopefully be something that student could then carry into any career that they want to go to.
Representative Thompson.
I had another question about the slide. So I want to go back to endorsement options, slide 6 in the presentation. So you all know, depending upon the LEA, course offerings can be limited, which is not a surprise. I do want to know though, how we are thinking about access to the range of options, given we have so many LEAs. And if you all have any initial thoughts around what steps would need to be taken to make sure students can access as full of a range of possibilities as possible.
Yeah, our initial thoughts have to do with helping students in middle school get more career information, one. And two, be very aware of the offerings in the high schools as they're making decisions about which high school to attend. Right now, our CTE team has a wonderful list of schools and the CTE offerings. It's on our website, perhaps not in the most prominent place. So we would have to work to ensure that where people go to look at schools, the school report card, My School DC, is very clear about what the offerings are so that folks are making decisions that are aligned with their interests.
And if I could just quickly add that the ATC is a great example also of how we can leverage sort of economies of scale that smaller LEAs might not be able to expand course offerings for students in specifically smaller LEAs. So that's another way that we're able to ensure a robust CTE offerings to students across our different LEAs.
So would it be, I don't wanna say fair, I wanna, yeah, well, I don't have better language, so, would it be fair? I'm hoping it's not fair, to assume that this thinking is mostly around CTE pathways and not other pathways?
I should have said also
Okay.
that, the same holds true for AP and dual enrollment options. Dual enrollment is, available right now, across all of the schools. All the schools aren't, showing up in our data as much as, equally, but that there is that option through the dual enrollment consortium, which, we run. And AP courses, again, not evenly distributed, but if a high school wants to attract students, then that high school should have more AP courses. And students will be able to vote with information, regarding which high school they attend.
I don't have additional questions now. I think that's helpful. I do want to provide some context also for why I'm asking. I heard pretty clearly, and I also think it's important, that we are able to articulate what advanced pathways look like as well. And I heard the point in the presentation where you all referenced endorsements. But I also just want to get all the understanding I can as far as where all these different pieces show up. And so that's something that I'm looking forward to dig into. I know it's something, I believe Representative Chang has raised in the past, that families are, interested in. And I think from just an equity standpoint, as far as looking at our workforce and what pays a livable wage in DC, it is important to be able to articulate and show families how they can get on advanced pathways in a meaningful way. And not just assume that everybody knows, if you have a kid that, wants to be a rocket scientist, that they can access that and they know how to access that. And so that's where that is coming from, but I appreciate you sharing your thoughts so far.
I believe Representative Johnson Law had a second question.
Yes, thank you, President Ross. Just a couple of follow-ups. So when you all, under like certain states, do you all know which 6 states award a standard diploma for completion of IEP goals? Like, do you all have that information? I'm just wondering, because as we talk this through, I'm thinking, okay, I'm thinking about, I made this up, right? FlexiPath, right? Again, that's another pathway under it, because what you all say in the previous slide is this proposed diploma option for students with an IEP. This diploma should provide the same endorsement options as a standard diploma. When I read that tells me that this is not a standard diploma. And so when we're trying to explain this to families, I'm nervous that this could trigger a civil rights issue. This could trigger lawsuits, like an IDEA issue. This could trigger an LEA implementation issue. This could trigger a lot of different issues that we're already on the hot seat for SPED. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want to create more issues. We want to create, more ways to success for both, I think, for all of us in this room, but also like our children and our schools and our teachers. So they feel fulfilled as well. But this is why, again, like, language matters. Like, this sentence, I think that's what's like, I'm personally like struggling. It's like, okay, this is not the standard diploma. You know what I mean? This is basically, here's something that's in the middle. It's almost, but it's not, but it's also not a certificate. So then you're in the land, we're in a different type of world right now. How is somebody gonna take that? How is somebody gonna implement that? How is somebody going to explain that? But then on landscape analysis, from 6 states award a standard diploma for the completion of IEP goals. This could be something that is under a flexi path where it's disabilities, like Representative Colton said, Representative Goulet, you know what I'm saying, like other things to be able to get folks to a standard diploma. DC struggles. We have a system like nobody else. It's 50-50, and everybody does something a different way. And I'm just gonna be real with y'all, and y'all know this. When OSSI says something, sometimes the LEAs really implement it in different ways, depending on how they do it. From DC, and not DCPS, and from each school to each school, and the different charter schools, depending on the capacity and the funding and the resources that they have. So we have to put them in a position to be successful just from the jump.
Fully agree and hear that. I can tell you the 6 states.
Oh, yeah, yes, I'm gonna write them down.
Sure. Delaware, which actually gives a state diploma for IEP completion. Minnesota. Sure. Missouri. Montana,
Oh, come on, Montana.
Nebraska,
Anyway,
and Pennsylvania.
thank you so much.
And sometimes in this research, it can be difficult to differentiate which states, how they define their diplomas. Because under ESSA, you can have an alternative diploma that counts towards your graduation rate, and then you can have other diplomas that might not count towards your graduation rate. So one of the things that we look at in our research is like, is it a pathway to a standard diploma? Or is it a actual separate credential? And in some states, it's not as clear because some states, in terms of their federal reporting for ACGR, they follow those ESSA rules and they report their ACGR, but their actual.
Say for our viewers with the.
Sure, ACGR is adjusted cohort graduation rate. Thank you for me. I was like, I know it. I stopped thinking about it. But we also see states who in their public reporting, so like when they post on their website,
Yeah.
is their graduation rate based on the aggregate of all the diploma options that they offer, even if they don't count as a senior diploma under ESSA. So there's a big variety in state approaches, but those 6 do provide a standard diploma, and that is just for IEP completion. Just IEP.
Thank you so much. That is helpful. We're dreaming big.
We go. One last round, okay, well,
Okay, I just on this, one, first read, the issue with doing it like the 6 states? What are the operational challenges, or what's the downside of doing it that way?
Based on our engagement with the field,
Yeah.
there is some reticence to providing a credential that is equal to the standard diploma when potentially those students have not achieved the same as what it requires for a standard.
Because the concern would be it would water down the diploma for everyone else.
I'm not sure if that's the concern, but the general feeling has been they didn't do the same thing as those students did to get that.
But one could also argue under IDEA though, based on this child's disability due to no fault of their own, is doing what they can do just as every other child. So I think they're still going to argue or counter argue that, which is maybe why they have that as a completion. I mean, as a way, right? It's like, okay, it's not their fault. And we're not gonna talk about in this room about the test scores that are currently out here right now, especially in Ward 8 as children at 9.5%, but then babies got diplomas. But we're not gonna talk about that today.
I think that part of this work is also shifting perspectives and shifting mindsets around what it means to get a diploma and what these students need to be able to go out in the world and succeed when they can go out in the world and succeed. And as the adults in charge, it's on us to make sure that we're getting them the credentials that they need to go out.
Absolutely, because if not, then it's left on the families who are trying to navigate, who ask the system for assistance and help, but maybe they didn't get what they needed, and now they're trying to figure it out, and now they have to go backwards to try to figure it out, which is another issue, especially with someone now that may be over 18. So thank you for that.
I want to thank everyone for their lively discussion on this. I have just one question and then I have a statement to wrap us all up. And for you guys to enjoy your friends. And you mentioned the focus group. Can you tell me again, and maybe I missed it, if you guys are gonna have that time frame on that focus group?
Sure, it'll be sometime in the next few weeks before the end of August. We will absolutely share the final date with you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The other thing is, I just want to wrap this up by saying, we really appreciate the collaboration. As you see, this is very important. Every single member that's here and the boards that they represent. For me personally, I want this to mean something. I think we're at a really good stage as far as putting it together and getting them done. But for me, it's always about the implementation. My mind goes all the way back to the ESSA, when I first came on the board and we were doing an ESSA and we were basically doing a framework and we're doing the report card. And we had these really, really great goals for proficiency, which have not been discussed in a long time. Instead, there's been a pandemic and all these separate. We're nowhere close to those ESSA proficiency goals that we had, that we set out when a number of us first came on the table. For me, this is about moving us along that line and get to those requirements as far as because for me, as a person who decides in age, I don't want to see the same proficiency rates for 8 years from now that I see in current. So implementation, I love all the conversations, I love all the things that we're doing right now. But for me, it's about moving that particular dial. So I look forward to continued collaboration, discussions, just knowing that my laser focus is going to be, are we graduating students that are more proficient? That is going to be always my focus. So I thank you guys for your time. Just being so engaging, answering our questions, we have, some great questions there because we care about this and care about the people. So I thank you for your time. We're going to now move to our discussion about the student panel, which dealt with this in some ways. You guys are welcome to stay if you want to hear more about it. I know you stayed at the meeting quite some time. But we're going to, so you might have got all of that already. It might not need to be brief, but we're going to. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr.
Remember that I just said, hold on. We can
Quietly.
do some shifting real quick for our members, now that our panel, our guests have left. We can shift real quick, but as I said, we're gonna move to our discussion, debrief on the June public meeting, which was on the topic of high school diploma and certificate options for students with disabilities. Members, you have in your material a summary of documents with key highlights from the panel. Just want to open it up now. We just had a great conversation on this. It's not necessary. Do members have comments or next steps, things that they want to raise at this particular time? As people continue to share. I'm not seeing any questions, comments about our panel at this particular time. Going once. Going twice. That being said, we're going to, we have an option for break. I think everybody needs a break, so we're going to move to our break real quick. It is now 6:26, so normally it's a 5-minute break, so I hope to see everybody back here at 6:31. But we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Thank you. We're now gonna move on to our public meeting. We're gonna move on to our meeting panel discussion. As a reminder to members, the public meeting panel topic tracker is included in the weekly roundup email that comes from other people. Creates our team. That document is where members should enter their ideals. There is currently one topic in the tracker from Representative Johnson Law. Special Education Transition Services High School, which is in there. We will now entertain any additional suggestions from members for upcoming meeting topics.
I don't have a topic, but I do want to flag, so in our committee work plan, which we'll talk about a little bit later, there's a couple of months where we are suggesting it would be really important to kind of report out and bring people along, but we have not decided on what those topics are. And so I don't have a suggestion yet, but I do want to flag that. Yeah.
Any topic specifically?
I mean, well, I'm not going to try to remember. I will go back to the work plan because I know we are supposed to look 2 months out or something. But there were, I mean, I can, if it is helpful, I can go into the work plan and let folks know what some of those suggested topics would be if they would like to consider them. But I kind of was hoping that we could have the discussion about the work plan and make some decisions in context. And so I don't know if it's possible for us to maybe reorder the agenda to accomplish that. Because we might still end up in the same place, but I think it might help folks consider, you know.
Just
Well, just different options. Like, I think it's important. So I will say, I think it's important for us to, one of the goals, not just for the committee, but for the graduation requirements is the board's work. And a lot of thought has been put into what do we need to learn together? And especially like coming out of this conversation we just had, there are places where it really makes sense to dig in. And one of the considerations that is in the framing of our work plan is like, what are the things the board needs, like that kind of thing. And so I did not want to, the committee has not just suggested this be September, this be October, this be, because we want to make sure everybody is getting what they need in this journey together. That's why I'm just flagging that at this moment.
Well, I trying to stop Johnson Law's hand. Oh, did you do that again?
Oh, no. I was actually agreeing with what she was saying, because I was like, out of the committee, she was just basically saying, to reorder it, to talk about like the different options and to see like what you all think. Yeah.
that pretty much the same.
I like this breaking apart. We have high school graduates. We're talking about this. What are the actual questions that we've got? How do we get informed about those? And I do think that IEP
Is one of them.
is definitely one of them, right? And we've already done a bit of that, but I think going deep, taking a deep dive there would be really interesting. But there's like 10 other themes that come from this conversation, right? So if that's the first one we start with in August, we get some time to think about September, October. I mean, when was the timeline for us? When is this coming forward to us for a vote?
That's also in our presentation, which I hope we can suggested timeline. But they will not have their recommendations to us. They will have those to us in August is the potential proposal.
So they'll bring us their full, most updated final recommendation before we before you all provide full feedback at the August working session on August 6th. So there's technically nothing, you might have something, we'll get it by August 6th. But we don't know what that it is until then.
Okay. The other one that I would like to throw in is our committee is convening our own committee panel. on what other states are doing with first year teachers, because we've decided that we're honing in on how can we support new teachers in DC. And so as we dig deeper into that and have follow-up questions there, would love to come back with, you know, how we could bring this into a broader conversation with everybody. And this one is just leaders from other states talking to us about what they do, but I would love to have a broader one with folks once we have that sorted out.
Well, that being said, we have things that are coming up from committees and that are gonna be reported on. But we only have one option, so to speak, that have come up for August. I believe it. Yeah, but it's,
Do you want me to explain it first? So a couple of months ago, when we were talking about this, I think we had broken it up. You were like, okay, high school graduation requirements is one thing. And then we were talking about post-secondary options as another thing that may be able to help us as we're thinking through the graduation requirements and like what people are doing, like, you know, post-secondary options. But like maybe as I've been talking to you all today, maybe it shouldn't really like be a special education conversation. Maybe that be like included in part of it, but maybe we have like a post-secondary type of panel, you know, like how can we really support students after high school? So again, like, this is the conversation Representative Chang, I saw your hand.
Would you be open to, if we framed the next kind of few conversations around this Aussie conversation that we just had, would you be to having that panel be on diplomas and just that one focal point? Because I would love us all to be informed and be able to ask questions there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what I was suggesting is that we have the conversation about August after we do some of the committee report outs.
I see.
that's not one follow, and I do what you said. I'm not one to follow. Dictate that.
Because
Yes.
what I hear is folks probably have thoughts and it needs time to form their thoughts. And we want to consider the option that has been put on the table for us. So I'm just suggesting we rearrange the conversation in the agenda.
So I appreciate that, Representative Thompson, and so what we'll do, is what we'll do is
So President Patterson, maybe like,
yeah, what we'll do is
After the committee report.
we'll move it down as far as this particular conversation until after our committee reports and everything.
Yes.
And we'll revisit it at that particular time, okay? With that being said, I hope that everyone is in agreement with that we move that agenda item till after our committee reports, so that we'll have a better idea of what we want to propose. Okay. That being said, we will now go to, what I have on is Vice President Williams, and I recently, asked Director Butler to provide members with a refresher of our resolution process. I will now turn to Director Butler.
So you have an idea for a state resolution. How do we go from idea to signed resolution? That is, I think, something that everyone would like to know. Well, first step is to let you all know sort of which set of governing rules govern how you do this currently. So. Well, I tell you. So the first thing, so what process is the board following? So the board's SOP and bylaws were revised and approved unanimously by this current board, the current set of iterations around this February 2025. So you all voted for it in the affirmative. And there were a lot of notable updates and changes. Some of those updates and changes included that we did the deeper dive and sort of laid out more steps for introducing state resolution. There's a whole new section on moving work through a committee and a new section on introducing legislation into the city council that is in the set. And it was also a larger carve out that distinguishes between internal, external, task force, and working group appointment. Those are just some of the new features that were in this 2025 version. And so you all should have it. We all gave you copies, but we put them all together. And you should have a single copy that has SOPs in front and then a tab for bylaws. If you don't have a physical copy, you can look, grab your one from upstairs, we still have more in the box. So we just wanted to make sure that everyone knew where we're working from, because I know we've updated these a couple times. And this is also the ones that are on the website. Because one of the things that Representative Henderson made sure we did was add them to the website. He's like, so now that we voted on this, can you put these on the website? So they are there. For us interviewing public. So the next piece. I know it seems like a lot, but if you have your copy of the procedures, which are in the bylaws, page 8, introducing state resolutions, these are shorthand, but I will also explain them to you out loud. And then I think at the end of this, what we're gonna do is create space, like if there's still things that are unclear, if there are questions, changes, because you all voted for it, you can revise bylaws and SOPs, because they were your operating procedures that you elected yourselves. So first, and so we had to go back and double check it. I was like, very clearly. According to the bylaws that were passed, the following steps are outlined. First, must follow steps for adding item 2 business to the working session. To add a state resolution under new business at a working session, the president, once it's been added at the appropriate time and then under the president, after hearing the topic and during the new business discussion, says it will assign the resolution topic to an ad hoc committee. That is number 1 step. There isn't necessarily a setup where someone can have a resolution and then not go to committee. It's not a state resolution. It's just, again, state resolution is not ceremonial resolution. According to the bylaws, state law, again, approved. Second, the state board staff assigned to that particular committee will work with the sponsor to research and draft the resolution for the next ad hoc committee meeting. So once it's been assigned to committee, every committee has an SOB staff person, SBOE, SBOE staff person assigned to it. And they will work with the sponsoring member to make sure that they are fully prepared for the committee meeting. So they will help you research for it and citations, so that when you present to the committee, whenever that committee meeting is scheduled, then there will be drafts, everybody will have updated information, you begin to edit and work on things. Yeah.
You go to poll questions. Well, here's the only challenge I see about that, but by saying the next committee meeting, is that some topics, you bring them up here and resolutions need a lot of work. Like, and it's not because it's not flush out, it requires maybe the committee doing a round table, the committee like engaging the stakeholders. Like, I can actually think of very few resolutions that I got that we just moved at the very next meeting, and they weren't, like, it was a big issue, it went to charter school sports, like, we just wanted to do some work.
Addressed in step 3. We'll talk about the work that the committee, what the committee decides to do with that work.
Yeah, but it says next committee, right?
Yeah, to prep. So you will prep your information. So maybe it says staff will work with sponsor to prep for the committee meeting. Does not say you will have a resolution in there. It says the staff member will work with you to prep for that committee meeting. So the chairs may require certain information there, but like whatever the prep you need for that meeting, there is a dedicated staff member for that committee to help you with that. That doesn't say that you will be bringing a drafted, completed resolution and it will be voted on at that next meeting. That is not what that says.
Okay.
And then number 3 says, at the ad hoc committee meeting, members will discuss and vote on whether the proposed draft, if there is a draft, should be brought to the following work section, or if the further review from members is needed. So that is step 3 part, topic / resolution are discussed at the committee and then voted on if it is gets in the form. But that is a discussion and a decision that happens at the ad hoc committee level. So you may discuss it and put it on the agenda at the ad hoc committee, and you decide that you all want to hold some roundtable. So that means you won't be voting it out, obviously, to bring back to the full board. But that step 3 can take more than one committee meeting before you bring it back, if that makes sense.
We're required to agendize it for discussion the next meeting. So what this is saying is that, so if.
Once it's referred to committee,
Yeah.
the committee should put it on their next
Not the
agenda.
next agenda automatic, okay,
And that doesn't mean necessarily that it'll be a resolution or that it'll be voted out. just so that the committee can then discuss what has been referred at the previous work
And
session.
then action steps.
Yeah, then they can decide whether they want to do a roundtable or additional things, or if they're ready to draft it right then. Whatever the if is, I think that's something for the committee and the members of the committee to decide when it's on the agenda. I see a question.
No, it's not a question. I think, what I'm hope is helpful framing. So committee meetings are also public meetings. So you still need to be able to put things on the agenda in advance so the public knows what's happening in the meeting, and the staff still has to post stuff. And so it's the same as like a working session or a public, one of our public meetings that involve the public. And so it is that, I think of it at the committee level, not necessarily like everything has to happen as she's describing in this meeting. I think, I don't know if that's helpful for folks or not, but that's why it's like, okay, you gotta get stuff to the committee in advance. Like, folks need to review it. The agenda has to be public, all the things. And we don't say that all the time. But that is the why behind this step. And so you do want to provide whatever should be considered in advance. Just like if we're sitting here in the working session, folks are listening along, they could go online and say, okay, I can see Oxy's presentation for the working session, whether it's a resolution itself or like notes from, I don't know, a conversation you had with an expert.
And so again, step 3 can take us,
There was a question.
oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
My question is, so when you're doing like the work in the committee, right? And let's say like, making this up, but I'm not making this up, it's come down the pipeline, right? Like, all teachers need to have some more SPED training, just to have like some tools and resources, right? That's a big thing. And that's not something that we should decide with just all of us, but that does something that involves community engagement. Does the committee decide what type of community engagement happens? Or is that something that the full board needs to weigh in on this topic? Or is that something that is at the board's leadership's discretion?
So any topic referred to committee is the work of the committee. Whatever work the committee decides to do with that is up to that committee. If a topic is not referred to the committee, then it's just the work of the board, that the full board decides that. But, so like, for example, and I want to take it, we've already done it,
Like the.
charter school athletic association, that, for example, it was initially brought up and then it was referred to committee, it was sent to Eric's committee, and they met. And there were a number of different conversations and engagement that were decided at that meeting of who they should have conversations with. And so Darren and Ryan and Eric, like, they met with those people, and we didn't have to make those, not me, because I'm not on the board, you all didn't have to make those decisions for them. Like, that committee got together and they decided that's the course of action they wanted to take to inform their resolution.
Okay.
And had they decided to do something else, Representative Chang said they're thinking about having a panel in their committee, then that is something you all, or any committee could do with their committee work. But that is up to the committee, so he didn't necessarily ask the board
Okay.
whether or not the board agreed with that. It's the people in that committee, the other members and so forth, they can decide or offer alternatives and say, well, no, we wanna go sit at a school, we wanna go to new teacher orientation that the WTU is having, they can come up with any number of suggestions. That is a good one, isn't it? But like, they can come up with any number of things, and that doesn't necessarily have to be approved by the rest of the board. That is the work of that committee. And now whatever they get from that, if they use that to inform whether or not they write a certain set of reports, whether they come up with a recommendation, then then they will share out their findings from that with the full board and what they recommend to the board. And whatever they share out for the board to vote on, then that comes to work back to the work of the board. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, because I think I was thinking about like when you all were doing the work around like the report card, and I'm like, well, was that in a committee or was that just like the work of the board? But I get how you're separating it, I get it. Thank you.
So again, step 3 can take a while, so that's up to the committee and how quickly they move or not. Step 4, assuming that, again, because we're particularly talking about state resolutions here, that at some point, a draft of the resolution is voted out. The sponsoring member shall email the title and description of the state resolution to the state board leadership and CC the executive director 7 business days before the working session. So once it's been voted out of committee, you need to send it directly to us, say, hey, this is the title and description, so we can put it on the working session agenda.
I feel like 4 and 5
should be in the opposite order. There were like 5 after it gets voted out. We email leadership say it's been voted out. And then the board members will review it at the working session.
That's what it should say, didn't I say that? Board members review.
Well, so,
I'm sorry, if I'm looking at the thing, I literally typed it wrong.
but are 4 and 5 reversed?
No, that's what I'm saying, in the bylaws, they are reversed, I typed the wrong number.
No, it's no problem, but
Yeah.
those are switched, right?
Yes, I'm seeing that right now, it says, because it says number 4, the sponsor member shall email the title. We just email the title and description. So that we can put it on the agenda, and then step 5 is, at the working session, again, where you simply stuff. Yeah, so they're just. At the subsequent working session, board members will review the committee approved draft new resolution and discuss any feedback and or concerns. So, number 6, the sponsor member, and this is assuming it makes it onto the agenda. The sponsoring member shall email the designated staff SAC liaison to get on the SAC agenda before the public. So once it's shared here at the working session, the draft, if the board votes to put it on the public meeting, then you all must again prepare to go to the SAC meeting.
Yeah, I feel like 7 is unnecessary, because if we voted to approve it at the working.
Sorry.
If we take a vote at the working session to approve something and send it to the public meeting agenda, why is the representative then, after the working session, sending a second email, say, please put this in the public meeting, because the vote's already taken place? That member's email is really irrelevant, because the board's already taken action to put it on the agenda. So the member, even if they didn't want to put it on, really has no choice because the board's taken action. Does that make sense?
That is true. However, this is what you all approved and voted on. We can revise those in the next set of revisions. I agree, it may be a repetitive step. I hear you, and I'm not saying you're wrong. But according to what was approved, this is what's listed.
So that is a suggestion for, revision, so to speak, because it is
For the future.
for the future.
Amend the bylaw?
It seems to
Because right now-
the action was taken at the working session,
Right.
because the board's acted here. So let's say I forget to email the title in the working session. It still goes on the agenda because the board's already voted to put it on the agenda.
Sure, correct.
So I don't understand, 7 seems unnecessary.
And it's not that we disagree with that,
But we
it's
just
just that that's what they are currently.
So we should.
So
take
that's
that
something
out.
that can be taken out at the
Okay.
next revision.
Great.
Okay,
So.
so duly noted
January.
is what I'll say.
Okay,
What I would say is duly noted, she is presenting what has been approved.
Okay.
okay,
Gotcha.
so number 8, the sponsoring member, will present, or their designee, so this is the thing. At the SAC meeting. The sponsoring member themselves does not have to be there, but they need to be an elected member of the board. The staff cannot present the, state resolution on your behalf. So if you may be out of town or traveling, ask one of your fellow members to present on your behalf. I know Eric has done that, I think for Brandon once or twice, so it's possible. The goal is to have it presented at the SAC meeting to give the students an opportunity to ask questions and provide feedback.
Clarifying question on this too. Sometimes the student members present their own resolutions. You said an elected member has to present. Can a student member present?
I should read it as it is written here. The sponsoring board member, so a board member can be a student member.
But I could designate it to a student member. Not that I'm saying I would, but I could. It's not ideal. I show up. I'm just trying to understand. Okay.
But if they do so, then like,
No, I just want to understand what the rule is.
Lawyer in here.
it was like,
It
it
doesn't
says,
say you can't.
it says you cannot do that.
But
It says the
We
sponsoring
do have places.
state board member or their designee.
Yeah, the reason I ask is not because I intend to designate my resolutions to students, but because we've had students present their own resolutions.
Correct.
I wanted to make sure we were following the rules.
Well, so if the student is presenting, then they are their own resolution, then they are the sponsoring board member.
But when you said elected, I was worried.
Yeah, I should have read it as it was
That's
written.
okay, that's okay.
It does
I'm good.
say sponsoring state board member.
I'm good.
And so that's number 8. Number 9, following the consideration of the working session and the feedback from the SAC, the sponsored board member and the assigned staff member from the original committee will finalize the draft of the state resolution. That's a collective thing. The assigned staff will circulate it with members and upload it to Dropbox by noon, no less than 3 business days before the public meeting. This is a sticking point. It says no less than 3 business days before, which is why we have that Friday timeframe, because the meeting's on Wednesday, Friday. And then step 10, if passed, the resolution is voted on. That's if, anyway, resolution is voted at a public meeting, and if it is passed, it is then signed by the state board president, and it may be amended at the meeting if it is not passed or you want to amend it. So that is the process as is current. I can put the next slide. We have any questions for? Oh, what happened? So why is it important to follow these steps? I will say this, a couple things. Jim Briones manages all of our public meetings and our working sessions and the setup. So I am gonna defer to her to explain why this is important.
Thank you.
And to then open it up to questions if folks have additional questions or concerns.
Sure. Yeah, so me and my team, as you all know, oversee all policy and research, which the state resolutions are a big part of. And so when we were thinking about this process in the SOPs, we drafted this based on what we've experienced and what, you know, the process that we think makes the most sense. Primarily, it's the research piece that Director Butler was speaking to. You know, we need that time to conduct the research. So what on the topic, HVAC, teacher induction and mentoring, what are other states doing that we can point to? Do we need to have conversations and meetings with other DC government agencies, things like that, that we can then build into that timeline. We also want to make sure that, which Director Butler also mentioned, that we're properly citing sources and just in general are doing our best to, as much as possible, avoid misinformation and back up any claims that we make, especially in the resolve clauses when we're asking things of other agencies. It's very important that we have the facts to back it up for reasons like when we're in a leadership meeting with another agency and they can bring it up and ask about it. They can send us a letter in response to our resolutions. Resolutions can come up at our performance oversight hearings with the chairman and council. So they can point to, okay, in your resolve clause, line 78, it says this. Where did you get that information? Well, then there's footnotes and there's citations and there's data to back it up. Or from the communications perspective, if we get an inquiry from a journalist about it, like how did we come to these claims in the resolution? Again, we have things that we can back up. So that is what me and my team are thinking of in the long term during the times when we're working on all of these resolutions in collaboration with you all. And just, again, we know that you all have your 9-to-5s and other commitments and just being elected members, but this is our 9-to-5. So that's what we spend primarily a lot of our day-to-day working on. So I know I've said that to many of you. It's like, we can spend our work day working on it and then work with you, you know, to make sure it's the best possible draft. So appreciate that.
We appreciate you, Jen.
Thank you.
Consideration, because again, this may not be perfect, again, you know, so.
I think this was actually a really helpful presentation, because what it is clarified to me is the process once something is. So that's helpful. I think we should take 7 out, because I think that's just a step that is better than place with the previous step. But the one thing that just needs a little bit more clarification is how, and I think we've answered it, because it's how the issues from the work plan that germinate from the committee then are basically agendas, because I think anything that was on those work plans that was already in the work session should be within the committee already, correct?
Yeah,
So the committee would need to go through steps like 1 through.
because it'll already be in committee.
Because it's already in the committee, it was on the work plan that was discussed at the work session.
Yes, in the immediate next session, in the bylaws, we said after introducing state resolutions, there's a section that says moving work through a committee. That lays out how the work moves through the committee, whether it is, it says committee work can take the form of memos, letters, so forth and so on. And it talks about like, but that's a part of the committee's work plan. And so the committee, as a part of its work, sent a letter to somebody, they got something back, and the committee came up with a resolution. The only difference in this process, they would still have to send the title in June, so it could be agenda
Correct.
for the working session. But then they can present it out in their committee report outward.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have to restart it in the working session, have it be referred.
Exactly, that's because it's coming directly from the committee already.
Got it.
But they would
Okay.
need to send the title and things so that we can agenda.
And because they already presented with their work plan.
Exactly, it's in there, so it would just be, as a part of the committee report, the committee has finalized SR 25-99. All school walls should be blue, and we worked on the draft, and this is the draft that's before you, yada, yada, yada.
The one thing I would think we need to think about changing potentially, and not in a bad way, 'cause students were amazing with the resolutions they did. But resolutions may also originate, I think, from SAC now. The concern I have a little bit about that is, I think we have certain committees that have expertise in this. So for example, like, let's say, I'll use Representative Chang as an example. He's doing, you're tackling issues of, like first year teacher retention. I wouldn't want to see like the SAC do something on first year teacher retention, had that go directly to the working session. I would want to go to Representative Chang's committee.
Well, and so the way things are written out, the SAC is a standing committee with the admin committee, but there's actually no reference to the SAC producing like their own resolutions. They would be able, I think they would follow the same process. So if they want a HR on how they feel teachers should be treated such and such, they would have to add it to the working session agenda, and it would have to be discussed at the working session, then it would have to be assigned to you.
Okay.
So there isn't a process currently where, and I think what has happened earlier this year is that something that was brought up in new business was referred to the SAC.
Got it.
And so then that created an issue.
Okay.
So I think having the board having a clear understanding what can and cannot be referred to the SAC. Because the SAC is, and I think this is written also very colorfully, I don't know, but it specifically says ad hoc committee in the state resolution, introducing the state resolution. The SAC is not ad hoc.
Okay. So there's no issue of things going to.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be, nothing should be referred, like, not nothing, but like a resolution should not be referred to a standing. committee. So that is also the admin committee
Right.
and the SAC.
And I think that's wise.
Yeah, and so the language here specifically says ad hoc committee, which are, if that's helpful.
It's very helpful. Actually, I think that's exactly the right approach.
Great, that's what you guys approved, so I'm bet you're the.
Right,
Already
it's
in
there, yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else have
Any other questions for
Questions?
the director?
or clarification? Thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna do it. That is.
All right. All right, Director, I appreciate you again, as me and Vice President Williams add, for the clarification for my own self and everyone, so we could always be clear on the process, the procedures to make sure that we're doing it correctly for a state revenue. Again, not a ceremonial one, but for these particular ones that have a higher level of approval and research. So thank you again. We are now going to, next on our agenda is now move on to our committee reports. I will call on each committee in alphabetical order. If you are a committee chair or co-chair, you can use this time to share out, solicit feedback, and answer questions from your colleagues. We're going to start right now with and congratulate our newly married vice president, and he's going to give us our administrator.
Thank you, President Patterson. So, we shared, updates from the different offices of OMBOSA and the state board. With regards to the state board, a lot of, the conversation was around the office construction timeline. And has been pushed back, as it now anticipated to end in November 2025, weekly meetings. On that process still. But the good news is that all staff vacancies have been filled. And the last FTE is starting on July 14th. The two other things that I wanted to mention, because everyone has the notes, is that the COLA ask that we had mentioned in the budget for staff across our offices were so far unsuccessful. So we talked about a strategy of just having members to continue to advocate to particular council members to see if we can get that restored. I'm open for thoughts and suggestions after I wrap up here in just a moment. And then if you'll look at the last point on the back, board leadership is going to work with Mayor Cooper, our HR, for the state board to conduct performance evaluations for each office lead in August. So that's coming down the link. Any questions, or, responses from any members?
I will just say, the process for evaluating office leads is also outlined in the SOP, so you will know what to expect. In terms of that process in August.
And also, as part of that, I want to just make sure that people understand that, Representative Thompson, you made a very relevant statement as far as all members are open to providing, feedback during these evaluations. But there is a section, if you have not had that type of relationship with the person that you're evaluating, there is a, you kind of out of that and not feel, required to do one. When you really haven't had that type of relationship or work with the group, answer the questions or evaluate them on some of the things that are there. Okay? But we just wanted to make sure that you're kind of clear on that. We do want your input. Is very important as we do these evaluations, but also understanding your respective relationships with them and how you work with them to evaluate. Just want to state that. Any other questions? All right, so thank you so much. We'll now move to college careers and life readiness. I believe Representative Thompson will be presenting.
Yes, I'm sorry. I heard, the part about the COLA ask. I don't know if folks are familiar with what the asks are and the COLA ask, and I heard a call for feedback.
Ideas.
But I didn't know if they're like, I heard questions, but I think it was like, I don't know if anyone had any feedback around that.
And I'll frame that as saying that right now, we don't have like a coordinated board strategy for continuing to follow up, given that it wasn't put in the current markup of the budget. So, the leadership is committed to contact council members on our own accord. But I'm wondering if the board feels like we need to send a follow-up as a whole. And if so, we should do that soon.
And just for clarity, we made a strong pitch during our budget presentation for the 3% COLA increase. It was received well, but then once it came out, as the chairman presented his part, it was not in there. So what we're saying basically is we want to make sure that we continue to advocate for this. And I have stated in our administrative, I know certain individuals that I'll be advocating to. It wasn't a concrete kind of way, like say, okay, you take this member or you take that member. But what we're advocating for you to do is to, on behalf of our hardworking staff, to advocate for them, for this 3%. It's justified. It is not a large sum of money. As I presented there, it is basically about $75,000, and that includes benefits and everything like this. So we're not talking about, hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking about, our staff who has worked diligently and have not seen anything since, I believe, 2022 was the date. And so I know I was going to go out and start talking to the council members that I've had longstanding relationships with. I'm asking that you do the same. As we're in that period where they're marking up things and looking at it, there will be something that'll be coming across people's desks. Probably on the 14th and the 28th, I believe, is when we have the 2 periods where they're talking about markups and everything. But we were advocating to say, members, talk to your counterpart council member in your ward, that this is a good issue. This is something worth doing to adding $75,000. That's what we're basically saying, okay?
And my only wonder, and I do want to, is the board in favor of what are people's reaction to if we send a short letter to the council members and then we follow up around that? Or do you feel like we've already done enough formally by submitting testimony? Eric?
I support doing that. I think we should, if we feel it's useful, send a letter on behalf of the board. And I think continuing the conversation between the chairman or leadership on the issue, that's important. I really think we need to get it forward there for staff, because we don't want to lose our staff. And then we won't, people feel functional. So,
right.
Worth fighting.
It is worth fighting for, very worth fighting.
Okay. President Patterson, can you be in charge of making sure we get a letter out soon?
Yes, sir. take that responsibility
Thanks.
through our executive director.
I think it would also just be worth, folks, I'm supportive in the letter, but I would, once we send the letter, if folks could use the letter as far as the talking points. So they know what they are asking for. That's why I said, are folks familiar with the color request and what it is? 'Cause I think I was looking for the helpful context that was provided. So that we can go in and be the best advocates for our staff around like how long it's been, how much money it is, all the different things. So I would say it's the and both.
Agreed, because when you use the talking point, it is very well received, it just needs to act on their perceived reception of it. and everything like that. So the
Well,
talking
well
points do
received
have-
is in the budget, that would be well received.
That would be well received, but yes, a conversation.
And,
But
and so I will, I'll draft a letter of points and get it over. This way.
And also
Thank you
reshare
for your
the
report.
budget testimony.
All right, yeah, we'll move back to, and thank you, Representative Johnson. Coming back to you for college careers and life readiness.
All right, so we have slides.
Sharing it on the Zoom too.
You said she's working on it.
Yeah.
They're on the screen.
No, they're on the screen, so that should be.
So for the Zoom, yeah. There we go.
Okay, so just to frame this, so this will give folks a sense of what is the upcoming work between, I'm going to say now, and you'll see why I'm saying now and not August. And we are actually proposing through February. This work encompasses the committee, the task force, and items for the board. So we can go to the first slide. All right, so, Representative Chang, you asked a question about why. I do think, because I have a whole slide for you. All right, so, but it's not just for you, it is for everyone, because I do want folks to understand what are the goals that anchor this process as they make decisions about what we need to know, what activities we need to take on, what we need to do. So why are we doing this now? So we need to prepare our students for the futures they want and deserve. We all know DC is changing, the world is changing. Representative Best brings up AI every chance he can for really good reasons. There's a lot of change. So we also have to change. We want to make sure that we are ensuring both economic mobility, but also economic security for our young people moving forward. We are thinking about this as advancing the goals of the graduate profile because alignment is important. So those things that are in the graduate profile about like being critical thinkers, being adaptable, like this is the path to operationalize that. So including and equipping students with the knowledge and skills they need to pursue on the path they choose. That is, those are the, I would essentially, that is the big why for this work. Is there anything that folks do not see in that why? All right, next slide. All right,
The one thing
Yeah,
that would be helpful there is,
it would, because I want to make sure we all
Yeah, yeah.
understand why.
I
It's
just,
important.
I think this is a reminder question.
Yeah.
For context. What was it about the existing ones that weren't working?
So so I'm gonna push back on that question a bit. It's not so much that it's just the things that aren't working. It is also what opportunities are we not capitalizing on,
Yeah, that's fair.
right? And so I think we've done, I represent with Terrace. I have every single one of those students does not graduate with the diploma, right? And some of them can. I know because I've had that conversation with the principal many times. That would be an example of what's not working because those students aren't graduating at the level of their fullest potential, which then has long-term consequences for their future economically, right? Like even
Got
things
it, got
like.
it. So it's also
Right.
that
So that would be an example of what's not working.
the existing one is too rigid, doesn't actually adapt to what our students are interested in and need?
I can list a bunch of things that are not working. But I don't think, I guess I'm pushing to say it is both what is not working or could be better, and things that maybe we had not thought of or captured yet because the context has changed. When we did this version of the high school graduation requirements, they were largely geared toward a 4-year liberal arts education. Right? Because the conversation as I would say, American society was very much based around economic mobility through a college education.
Yep.
Right? And that is the only diploma we have. So that is a very limited scope. What we are now saying is that there are other things we should consider as far as what it looks like to prepare students for the future outside of just that limited scope. And so that's why I'm saying it's both the places where we're like, yes, we need to be stronger and shore this up. And yes, there are other perspectives and opportunities we want to consider when it comes to our young people.
Yep.
Is that okay?
And so it may be helpful, I know we're taking note, like that additional part of what Representative Thompson just said, that as we begin to share out more on the why, but we add some of that too, because I don't know if that was very as clear as you just stated it.
I'll do my best. All right.
Question.
Yeah.
Okay, in the why, I don't think I see it, but tell me if it's there. I think competition is really another factor in the why as well. And when I think about competition, it's going back to what I already spoke of earlier. So I think our graduates have a different level of competition than some other students graduating maybe from the Midwest or other, no shade to the Midwest, other parts of the country. So when I think about, again, focusing on with the end in mind, how are we preparing and how are we bringing these puzzle pieces together that not only are they prepared and, prepared for economic mobility, but how are we setting up the businesses and the entrepreneurs and all of that for their puzzle piece to then connect with what we're doing in terms of education. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And I would argue economic mobility isn't limited to getting a job for someone else, right?
Correct.
And so I see what you're describing as within that statement as far as ensuring economic mobility and security. When we get further into the presentation, we'll talk about some of the things that we are making sure to align to and anchor to as a city. So like, for example, the DME's work around the compact, I want to say it's 2040 something, right?
Yeah,
Like
yes.
odd number. Okay. So yes, I see that in the larger, but also when we get more granular, and I think these are some of the conversations we want to have around what are the perspectives that we need at the table in making decisions around what should be in our high school graduation requirements, and what are the pathways and skill sets that we should be promoting. I do think that is where we have to get a little more crystallized, because we haven't, I would not say, for me at least, and I don't know if you would agree with this, that when we look at what OSSE has shared with us so far, I don't want to say that is the end all be all, because this is just their overview. They have not sent us over, right, their full proposal. I would want to then ask, okay, so where does, if we are preparing folks for entrepreneurship, right? If we are preparing folks for the jobs that haven't been invented yet, right? Like, where does that show up? How does it show up? But I do think of the larger, like the mobility, the security as whatever path that looks like. And so I would say that is in there, but we could not list all the things on this.
Correct.
So yes, I think that's important though. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna move us along. All right, so we have some specific goals. And this language aligns to what we share with folks with the recruitment for the task force. In addition to, as we talk about this work plan. So in coordination with OSSE, our job is to get this to the finish line. How we do that, we want to make sure that we are aligning graduate requirements with the learning values outlined in the graduate profile. We want to make sure that we're expanding graduation pathways. That would include CTE, advanced and special education diploma avenues. We want to gather feedback, so, and I will note that the first two are like policy goals. The second two are not policy goals, right? So the third one is gather feedback from and educate the public regarding the proposed visions so that they can give us their perspectives and they know this work is happening and, you know, all the things. But the fourth one, I believe, have an obligation to also make sure it means something to the folks who will be looking at these diplomas. So we do have a goal in here around increasing the credibility of a DC diploma in the eyes of employers and higher education institutions. And you'll see some of that work like in the task force and other things, but I wanna offer those up just to be as concrete as possible around what are the policy goals of our work, and then what are some of the other goals we have just to make this work as robust as possible, like to achieve those goals and make them meaningful to folks outside of this room. I would love if folks have any reactions to that. Tell me if it makes sense. Tell me if you see the things that you're concerned about in there. Tell me if it's crazy. Let me know. And if we're all like, no, that those are the four right things, we can give a thumbs up and move on because we have some more to dig into, but I also don't want to assume. I don't assume silence is agreement. Yes.
I just want to commend you for this, putting forward, because I think that's the biggest challenge we face. And this is when we look at the data that we heard about how we have DC students who are failing out of college at the rates they are. There's a big disconnect there. And so something in the diploma, in the path to get the diploma, is not translated into success in college. When we also hear from the workforce that DC students who graduate can perform on the job. I mean, that's a big red flag and an alarm. So I don't know how you're gonna pull it off. I think if anybody can, it's you, Robert, but if we can make sure that the pathway towards getting the diploma ensures that the recipient has the skills to succeed in either a career or in college, then we've done a real service. But I think that requires some tough conversations about, like, at what point, if you're not meeting those criteria, are you evaluated and do you have to then take a step back, either repeat course? Because something's wrong. Like, it's either students are not really obtaining real skills and getting all the way to the end. You know, and because this shouldn't happen. Like, you shouldn't get to the end and then not have the skills to succeed. So either we're not having students take the right things, or they're not really mastering the skills, getting to the end without the mastery needed to succeed in life. And I will be glad to assist in the challenge, but I wanted to commend you for putting bullet 4 on there because I think that is the key issue.
I appreciate that. And I want to say yes to those things, and assuming we can make improvements in those areas, I also want our graduates to get credit for it, right? Like, when we think about if a student is applying to college and they have a 4.0 from institution A, which that college always accepts graduates from, versus a 4.0 from a school they've never heard of, which 4.0 are they going to take more seriously? And so as we think about things like pathways, endorsements, all this different language, we also need that to mean something, to give students like credit and the full grace and favor for the work that they do, assuming we can meet that challenge that you laid out.
Can I add on to that too? I think we also, like, as a board and even with the task force, but all of us, like I kind of mentioned earlier, we really have to dig into the fact, okay, we're graduating children, and are they, like you said, are they proficient? Are they mastering skills? Because example of 4A, the math proficiency rate is 9.5%. But when we look at the graduation rate, it's between 75 and 80. You know what I mean? So at least, you know, and President Patterson, I know you given the example about, correct me if I'm wrong, Woodson, their graduation rate, did you say is 85%?
I'd say 85. I know it's high. It's higher than your proficiency rate. I'll
Okay.
be nice, just keep it at that and say,
Okay, because I know it was like a 1% math proficiency rate. And again, we can look at those numbers, but just the point is like, we have to like really dig into those things. And so, which is why I'm so big on special education, is because when I look at our non-disabled students versus our disabled students, if there's a concern of that sometimes I may not necessarily see a difference when it comes to the majority. And we have to have those real hard conversations. That's not a failure on the students. I think maybe that's us as a failure as a system, especially when it comes to marginalized communities of Black and brown children. And so, again, that's what we want to do here in the committee, but we're just gonna have to have those hard conversations with OSSI and with the public.
Yeah, I would just say, so this is and we will, and we have shared the work plan for like the larger things of the committee. I would offer this, because I do think what you described is important. I do think it is a bit different though than what our charge is with the high school graduation requirements. And I'm gonna say my interpretation of why. With the high school graduation requirements, our job is like, what do you need to know to be successful in these spaces? With our work as a board around accountability, it is okay, we have outlined what you need to know and how that sequence. Are we then actually executing, and what both supports and other measures do we need to take to deal in the proficiency? And so what you will see in the work plan later is like, and I believe at our last working session, Representative Chang, we had the back and forth about SEL standards and like, what does it look like to see what that looks like and all the things. So this is not a proficiency conversation in the same way that it's like, okay, how do we hold folks accountable to do this? This conversation is about, what do kids need to know? What should we be putting on the table for them? And as a committee, part of our charge is what you described. So that is important, but it is not necessary, and it's true, but it's not necessarily the crux of the work around the high school graduation requirements. Yeah. Can we go to the next slide? Because I think some of these things kind of build on each other. And I'm sure that people will have other thoughts. So I mentioned those are the goals, not just of the committee, but the task force. Here's what the task force means and what it will be doing. So the people who have served on the task force have been asked to attend virtual meetings 1 to 2 times a month. This will start in August. Applications close for that on June 30th. That work will go through January of next year. Completing, they're gonna have to do some reading, some writing, all the things, pre-work and things before the task force meetings, having conversations with folks they represent and encouraging them to share their thoughts on proposed updates. So a lot of these voices are folks we want to hear from and engage. And they have access to people who we want to hear from and engage. The task force does include not just and I say just because I think that we all have the assumption that educators, students, parents will be on the task force, but we are going beyond, and the LEAs, we are going beyond K-12. And we are saying that the perspectives of higher education is on the task force, the perspectives of employers are on the task force, the perspectives of, DOES and some of the people who are dealing with the folks who unfortunately were not as successful when they came through and got a high school diploma, they are also on our task force. And so we do want to make sure that we're not just in a vacuum with our K through 12 education folks saying all of this will be great. We also want to hear the things that Representative Goulet outlined as far as like, what does it look like to bridge those things to the next steps that our young folks will take. Can you go to the next slide?
One question, when did you say that deadline? Was it the 30th?
It passed. As far as recruitment. Now, I will give Andrew all his flowers as far as keeping the rollout going. We also, and I want to be very clear, the deadline has passed we did an application similar to our last high school graduation requirements task force that the board had. We literally said, these are the right questions. No one needs to reinvent the wheel. we said, if there are folks that just want to be considered for this, please fill out the application. Now, there are also some folks that we have reached out to directly to say, hey, DOES, we need you to have somebody on the task force. Hey, you know, UDC, we need you to, so like it is both, some people are appointed and voices that we know we need to have, and we opened up the opportunity to the larger public for participation. Next slide, please. Before, like, instead of just giving folks Excel sheet to look at, I wanted to kind of frame for folks that this is phased work. It is designed to be iterative. The work happens actually in 5 phases, which will build on one another and culminate with the report and recommendations for OSCE's consideration. So the phases will allow for robust engagement with members of the public, increased awareness about what we're working on and why as a city, and preparing the state board to vote on the final draft. Are the phases in the next slide, Jen?
No, they're in the, I did include the spreadsheet.
Oh, in my spreadsheet. Okay, I'll list
For
the phases
members.
here. So members, you actually already have this, but I will pull my version up as well, just to give some voice to this. So our 5 phases, the phases begin this month, in July. So the first is kind of just like, I call it, it's phase 1, but if we were in a consulting firm, we would call this like phase 0, where you are collecting information. That includes all the information OSCE needs to share with us, some of the like background information that we want to start to collect from folks. So like maybe we want to reach out to ECS and say, can you do a state scan for us? Since I'm making up stuff, and tell us how people do pathways in other states around CTE, right? Like there's some information gathering, research and grounding, we are calling it, that we want to do July through September. There's also a simultaneous launch that we want to do aligned to back to school, which we are calling the Stories Behind the Stats campaign. To have voices from the public talk about some of their experiences and why this work is important, which will encourage folks to engage in the work, but also help folks grapple with some of the things that we're grappling with. Stories are probably the best ways to engage folks around complicated ideas, and we really are dealing with some complicated ideas. Our second phase is a round of community engagement. I want to be very clear around what we are engaging around. We are engaging around the recommendations OSCE is delivering to us in August. Why? Because we want to hear the good, the bad, and ugly around what has been previously put on the table, and so folks know where we are starting from. We want to hear from the public, both in the form of a community survey, and we want to do some school-based engagements with young people, in addition to possibly some partner-led engagements in different parts of the city. So as we've done engagements in the past, we have partnered with organizations like a PAVE or like the WTU or others, where we say we want to invite people, and we're not just going to go and say State Board is hosting an engagement, but we want to partner with others so we get those constituencies in the room. They can give us feedback on the engagement, on the recommendations that OSCE has put in front of us. So everybody knows where we're starting from, okay? We are then going to distill that feedback and draft a set of recommendations that includes what we have heard and builds on OSCE's recommendations. So if there are places that is like, yes, we heard that too, we would say, yes, we heard that too. If there's something new that comes up, we're gonna say, this is new and we want you to consider this. If everybody hates something, we're gonna say, everybody hated this and we want you to consider this instead. We will draft our set of recommendations based on that. And then I'm actually suggesting we go back out and we say, hey, this is what we think we heard you said. Did we hear you correctly? We did the same thing with the governance work because it's a conversation. And so if you have a hard conversation with somebody, sometimes you don't hear each other exactly correctly. And as we talked about, we have a big challenge ahead of us. So we will go back out, do another round of engagement and say, hey, Did we hear you right? Is there anything else that you missed? And this is for a couple of different reasons, not just the iterative process that I described, but also, let's just be honest. Many of us represent folks in communities who have said the decision has already been made. It doesn't matter what I say, but also there are the folks who they're like, oh, wait a minute. If I didn't know that's what you meant, now that I see it on paper, I have feedback, right? And so we will then do a second round of engagement. We will distill all of that. And essentially then we will say, this is the final thing from the board, and we will transmit that to OSSI. I do want to be clear, because I always want folks to know where our space is in the decision-making. OSSI has to then propose something back to us. They can take all of those recommendations. They can take some of those recommendations. Our hope in this work, because we do have appointees from OSSI and the DME and DCPS and others on the task force, is that we actually will not get to a place where we are worlds apart in these recommendations. And the goal is to have something that will have minimal changes, if any, when we share what we have heard with OSSI. They then, of course, have to give it back to us, which is then what is voted on, okay? Given all of that, our proposal, our timeline does go into February, because we know that OSSI said, we were kind of trying to guess, but we were like, when is OSSI gonna have something to us? It's not gonna be until August. It might be at the end of August, right? Which means we can start engagement probably in September. And we did our best to stay away from engagements in December, like over the holidays, for obvious reasons, right? So like those things are accounted for in the timeline, because we want it to be as realistic as possible and be able to say to OSSI, hey, like, here's what we're thinking about. Flag anything for us if this sounds like completely unrealistic and unreasonable. But we did take those things into consideration. So that is how we're thinking about the phases. Again, you do have in the work plan, like all the actual activities, but I know that was a lot. But I did want to at least give a voice to the how we're thinking about this and why there are 5 phases. And it's not just like, we're gonna do a survey, we're gonna talk to the board, and it's all good. There are also things that the committee will do as far as like, and members can listen in or be invited to, as far as like, there are some panels we probably want to have as committee members to dig into certain things. We are suggesting public engagements at the board level, like those types of things. But all of that is in the work plan. Do folks have reactions to like how this is sequenced and the thinking behind it? Yes.
I really like the sequencing of this, and I'm gonna be prepared to vote no if they present something that's not in line with the committee's recommending on this. So like, I think we really need to take this seriously. And I think I love the way you laid it out, and I love the formatting of it. I just think the biggest challenge that you're gonna face, I don't know how you get this, is right now, when you look at as we talked about just a second ago, the success rates of our students in college and career. That hurts the credibility of the diploma. And people will look at that diploma and say, this is the chance of a student who's gotten that diploma of succeeding in college or career. So your challenge to be able to get us from where we are right now with proficiency of those graduates to a state where that diploma is valued, because we know it carries with it proficiency. We know that a student who's received a career, like a diploma with career credentialing or academic credentialing, yes, is going to be of a significant value. That's a huge challenge, because you got to do a graduate. If you've got a student who's already completed 10 or 11 grades in whatever proficiency attainment they have, I mean, you can't simply say, okay, now we're going to tie this proficiency level into a diploma, because it won't work. I mean, 80% of the kids won't be able to meet it. So it's probably a question for offline, but how do you start gradually increasing the proficiency element of graduation so that our diploma means that that student will be ready? And I don't know the answer.
I don't actually, I think that is actually similar to the question that are coming, right? It's a proficiency question.
Yeah.
And that is also our work of the board. That's what we do when we deal with assessment and accountability. That's what we do when we talk about what does a standard mean, right? And that's why all of our statutory work is really important. This step in the staircase is the bottom step where we say, essentially, if everybody is doing everything right, this is the map, right?
Get there.
To get there. And we need to have some honest conversations with some really thoughtful and diverse perspectives about where that end goal should be. And we need to get that right, because if we get the North Star and our destination wrong, then people can be absolutely proficient every step of the way on the wrong, going to the wrong destination. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
And so I am absolutely saying that proficiency matters, but I'm also saying that what you learn matters. And so what do we want our students to be proficient in? That is the conversation we're having. And that is why it's like, okay, we have business people at the table, we have higher ed at the table. I think the Trinity University is a particularly valuable perspective because they actually educate more students leaving DC schools than anybody else. And they are telling us, hey, here's what your students know and here's what they don't. And in some of that, what they know, some of that is going to be, all right, actually, we taught that and we didn't do that well. And some of that is going to be, actually, we never even taught them that because that's not in our requirements, right? And so those are the conversations we have to have while we also, as a board, have conversations around assessment and accountability. It's not that those things are not equally as important, but this is that piece of our work, if that makes sense, Representative
It
Boulay.
actually does.
And it also is a
It's great.
longer term thing for us as a city to deal with. The work of this committee is not, we pass new high school graduation requirements and magically every student leaves DCPS at the top of their class, having learned all the things and everything else. We will then also have work to do, right? Around like, what is it? How do we look at and make sure every LEA is actually offering all of these things and equipped to do that? The trend, like all the things we have to do backwards mapping. And so I do think what you laid out is the challenge of our city.
Yeah.
But it is not how we should define success in this process.
Great.
And it is not the purpose of this process. But if we get this right, it is a huge lever for what you are describing, which is exactly the right thing.
I just want to thank you and Robert again for laying out what is a really thoughtful process on this. And I just grateful that you've been able to set this up and forward. So thank you so much.
No worries. We had a lot of help. Yes.
So my question, as I look through this, 5 pages, I feel like it may be helpful. I know oftentimes before something is, not oftentimes it's required that like the final set of graduation requirements will come before the SAC, before they come before the full board. And what I would hopefully not have like that happen, if they have some adverse reaction to what the state board and IC and the community has put together. That is, and which then throws, another month in the process. Is there a way to build in sort of before we give it back to IC, a preliminary presentation to the SAC? So that way we can incorporate their feedback, some of their feedback even before IC comes in and presents it, because I think, not that we've done this, but I think with the menstrual health standards, IC thought they were done, they went to the SAC to present, and then they got all this feedback from the SAC, and it was like, oh, we can't take them to the meeting because the students had all this
I would
feedback
say
we wanna
yes.
incorporate.
I would say yes, and
Can you just appoint an SAC member to the task force?
well, yes, and we have already presented the task force concept to the SAC several months ago. And several of the SAC members are interested in serving on the task force. And so there is a built-in, yes, we will have SAC members on the task force, and we should build in where not just we have report outs to the board, but where, like, if there are places along the line, if we want to do like a couple of preliminary whatever for the SAC, that is a yes. But we do have, student voice is part of it, and several of the SAC members already said months ago, we want to be on the task force. And so their voices are, they're not separate from, it won't be like they, you know what I mean? We're not outside of them. They are part of us. Okay, can we go to, is it the last slide, I believe? All right, so I have two questions for the members. I will note again that you have, and this doesn't have to be the end of this conversation, but I did want to frame some questions so we get some like thoughtful feedback. Because a lot of times we ask, like, does anybody have any feedback? And it takes a minute. So based on the goals we shared, now that you've heard the all of it, right? Are there any perspectives or activities missing from what we shared? And does the work plan align with the goals we've articulated, or are there places that you're like, no, this doesn't really align? I'm gonna go ahead and say the second one too, because sometimes it helps folks to start thinking about it, and then I'm gonna invite feedback on both. And then where should all members be plugged in throughout the 5 phases? Which activities should we include the full board around? If you look at the work plan, it does note that several of the activities go across groups. So there are places where it's like, it is the committee, it is the task force, and it is board members. So for example, if we're talking about a public, I'm just going to use word 7. If we're talking about a public engagement in ward 7 and 8, that is the work of the committee in a lot of different ways. It is also the work of the task force because the expectation would be the task force is helping to shape some of those engagements, and they're attending and giving feedback and promoting against their constituencies. And it would be the work of board members, because not only will we hope that board members attend, but board members, we will hope, are also promoting, listening, all the things. So there are places where it's not just like the committee is responsible, it might be committee, task force, and full board. Does that make sense? Okay, and so that's a lot of talking. So number 1, based on the goals, tell me what's missing, perspectives or activities.
I mean, for me on this, and the plug in, I think is the most important element of it. But I think we already have a good mechanism for that because, you know, with the committee, work you'll be doing, you'll be sharing also the work task force with the board, the working sessions. So we'll get updates monthly about how things are going. And then if people want to interject and ask questions at that time, I think there's already a process for that. And then, you know, any member can participate in the committee meetings as well. I mean, we can't vote, they're not a voting member, but if there was an issue of concern, they could certainly join those. So
I think we've got a good process here for this, and I really think it's laid out well, because this is our most important charge. This is our statutory charge for the year, and I think we've now laid out a process where due diligence on this makes a lot of sense. So I'm on board. I don't think we should change it based on what you've heard.
And Representative Goulet, you would appreciate this. We even double checked with Vega around additional members attending committee meetings. No, seriously, I mean, I do my best. I try to, some certain things aren't a problem until they're a problem. And we were also doing this work. And so, because I was like, okay, what does this mean? Can we have folks? We were anticipating there might be panels where we dig in and we want more than just 4 people on the board to be able to attend. And so we were like, okay, are we going to get in trouble for assembling a quorum of the board? So yes, that is possible, and we have already checked. And when there are times that we want to dig into deeper topics, we will let all board members know. They'll be invited. We'll put all the things on folks' calendars as well. Other thoughts or feedback around these questions? And I will say, I know it is still light outside, but it is also, that time of year where it stays light for a long time. So if there are additional thoughts along these lines after this meeting, feel free to send an email with members to see if they have additional thoughts and want to dig in. And I know Representative Henderson will do the same.
I don't have comments about these two questions right now, but I do want to say, and I echo what has already been said, I appreciate the work that you and Representative Henderson have done on this. I knew that this was going to be our charge when I came to the board, and it felt very daunting, very overwhelming. In the way that this has been presented, it definitely seems manageable, and those 5 phases really help. So thank you for the work that you all have done. And I'm looking forward actually to this now and not.
That's
fixing up
helpful
at it.
feedback, because the goal was to break it down.
Mhm.
Yeah, the goal, Jen's like, yes, the goal was to break it down.
There was a question from Representative, Vice President Williams,
Hmm.
he contested. There's my one question about the committee report. Does the committee know what form the final product will take?
What form?
Question.
The
report?
I don't know, I'm not quite sure how to answer that. I mean, it'll be in written form. I know it'll be in written form. I know it'll be, my guess is it'll look similar to our other reports. Whether it's, actually, I'll tell you what I'm envisioning. I think, when I first came on the board, one of the most helpful work plans I had seen was actually from Representative and former President Sutter around the CISAC. And so I think that like somewhere between governance report where it kind of laid out, here's how we got here, and here's why we're recommending these things, and the recommendations, like how the CISAC report looked to OSSI. I am like, if he wants a formatting. Oh, that was the social studies advisory group that the board assembled.
Just have to be for everybody.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I would, if I can point folks to those documents, if I would envision it taking something that embodies that here's what we heard, here's why these things are important, and then like, here's what we recommend you do.
So,
I hope that answers the question. I don't know if I understood the question correctly, but I hope it answers the question.
so I think that may be helpful, and so hearing that, I think my feedback is to anticipate the work that will be needed to produce that like thing, and that February is usually performance oversight time. And like there's other work connected to like, in addition to for the state board and for all the other education agencies. That may look like March, depending on, because I know you have February as that goal, to begin to make sure also like for staff, for us that we are penciling time to do the writing of the report. I didn't necessarily see that time in there, but I think this probably begins also like after everything. Now we'll put it together for drafts and all those things, and so that may take a couple of weeks or so, or maybe more in that time. So just think about, is that also a March thing? We're also gonna be writing testimony for performance oversight, all those kinds of things.
I think that's helpful. I would just like to, that part of what it would be helpful as well, is the thing we know from OSSI is that they are going to deliver this set of recommendations to us in August. That's all we know.
Yeah.
And I think one of the questions that is unanswered is, are there additional considerations from OSSI as far as like, we need to have this done by this date for this reason or for that reason, or things that like impact rollout or adoption. And so I say that to say that those are questions we have, and we are not envisioning this as like a hard timeline, but we wanted to create something super substantive so folks can then, to make it real. So folks can tell us like what was real, what was crazy, what was imagined. And so it could change for other reasons, just based on feedback from OSSI as well.
So is it helpful, like the timelines you all put together here, to share with OSSI at like maybe the August or the September leadership meeting to have a more of a discussion? Preemptively of the 5 phases?
I would think my expectation would be to share it with OSSI as soon as possible. They tend to listen to these meetings. So I would not be surprised if we got an email from like Andrew or something. Andrew, if you're listening, I'm looking out for that email, but I think we could start to like flag some of that, via email. So that we can make any adjustments and then maybe a fuller discussion, you know, at leadership.
So we may be able to add this phase to our July meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Last thing I will note, when people look at this, there is a column that does have some costs associated. One of the things which I appreciate Director Butler, when you talk about staff capacity, is sometimes it makes sense to contract stuff out. And so we said like, hey, if we wanted to do focus groups, so let's just say one of the places that we know we have issues is around, I'm winging it, but multilingual learners. And we haven't got a bunch of that perspective through our public engagement, and we don't have some great voices on our task force. It might make sense for us to host a focus group with a handful of folks who have that as a perspective, and then like add that to like where we are missing voice. In the past, those are the types of things we have contracted out, because they do require a lift, and they do require, facilitation is a skill, it's a real skill. And we want to make sure that we are capturing those voices in an authentic and meaningful way. So we have noted places on the work plan that have cost considerations and capacity considerations as well. There's a comment for that. Okay.
Looking around the city, if there's any more clarity or questions that we need from Representative Thompson. Presentation that was here.
Not necessarily from Representative Thompson, but anyone who can answer the question. I'm just wondering who our competition is when we talk about the value of our diploma, like what state or what school district really has a high value diploma, and we should be perhaps looking at what they're doing. Just want I for some reason I want to say it's a county out in Maryland. It's not Montgomery,
Loudon.
not Loudon.
Howard.
I think it's Howard County.
Yeah.
I think so.
What do you mean by competition then?
Like if we're saying that we want to increase not just proficiency, because I know it's a yes and, but also what our students are learning. What are other school districts teaching and how are they teaching that? That then translates to their career readiness, to their college acceptance, to their potential employers or whomever, you know, because I hear you in entrepreneurship as well. When they look at this school district, they know that this school district has really prepared their students well. And it's not a question of, should I take a gamble on this? It's just,
That's a great question.
their name precedes the diploma.
So that's a good question. I think that one of the activities that Representative Henderson and I have identified is doing a bit of a scan of who does certain things well. One of the resources we have as a state board is ECS, the Education Commission of the States. They tend to be very helpful in saying like, hey, here's who's doing workforce development well, here's who's doing. And so I think that kind of will get to your question as far as like, what does it look like for like, who should we be looking to that is like already set as respected? Is that what you mean
Yes.
by competition?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Mhm.
Because when, again, and I'm just visualizing, if I am whomever is making a decision, you know, and I have my graduate from DCPS or DC Charter School, and then we have this other school, yes, who is most consistently being offered whatever over us?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that I've heard when I've asked that to employers is we're not even talking at that level. The complaint I get is your students don't even show up.
Oh my God.
So why would I even consider them, right? When these other places, and I don't think it's one particular county, when you have a Howard County, you have a Loudoun, Virginia, you have a Montgomery County, you have a Fairfax. The bar is very high when you're comparing to a Fairfax or a Montgomery.
Yeah.
But I don't even think we're talking about that bar, right? So
Like the basic bar.
the basic bar
Our
is
baseline.
your students
baseline.
don't show up or they stop coming
Yeah,
and they don't even tell me.
Wow.
And that's the thing I think we need to work on for a
Yeah.
piece of it, right? And that's when you talk about the value of the diploma, I don't know how much it's worth in a lot of people's minds in the region. That's why it's so important for us to work on it. Yeah.
It's a little shameful, but we gotta like really do the hard part, but I know I push really hard because I also don't want to limit, even if there are limited opportunities, at least let them be able to access them instead of none at all.
Thank you. No worries. And so if it is helpful, I will also put a couple of, that we talked through some of the why, like the goals, some of the themes on the tables, that we could explore as panels for the larger board. One, could be what do graduates need today, which could include voices from employers, alumni, higher ed. It could be recent graduates, right? We could think about beyond DC. Like we've done a panel a little bit similar to this before this iteration of the board. But if there are particular experts focused on different areas we care about, putting together a panel to say, who does multiple diplomas well? Who does CTE well? Who does, so beyond, maybe a series beyond DC with certain things that we care about as far as our goals. We could we've also entertained the idea of like student engagements. I don't think that's appropriate for a public panel. We could think about other vehicles. Digging into, we are thinking about a second session around special education and alternative pathways inside the committee, because there's some conversation that needs to be had and we need to dig into some of the language. And I would also offer, there's a couple different perspectives that weren't on our panel from last month that we would want to have. So like, for example, the River Terrace principal has agreed to be part of the task force. I'm sure she would like to talk through with us, not just some of what she's seeing, but like some of the things in the local landscape. We could have a panel particularly on like the CTE. So like thinking about the fact that there's more than one way across a stage. And so rethinking like what it could look like to have more career and technical education pathways. And so those are a couple based on what the goals are for our larger work around high school graduation. Those are a couple of panel ideas that we can start from, and we might want to make some time for to try to introduce people. Like when I say people, I mean board members, and would like to hear from the public around those larger ideas, like, you know, big enough, but specific enough to high school graduation rates that I think we should start to consider as we return. But I did not want to suggest things that were not, if there were things that were like, actually, we don't want to talk about CTE at all, it doesn't make sense. To make a whole case for why, even if people like CTE separately, but like for me personally, alignment is important. And so I wanted to make sure that there was alignment and we had some frame for why. So then we could then say, okay, this is good, this is bad, we prioritize, we do what first, second, and third, and what voices should be a part of.
Thank you, again, Representative Thompson. I appreciated the clarity of the task force personally. Yeah, I just really appreciate the presentation in the sense of really getting into the meat of what we're doing, what the why is, all of that. Because to be honest with you, I didn't understand all of it, but this really clarifies a lot of things for me, I'm just speaking personally. So I appreciate that aspect of it, and it gives me a lot more thought process, and I also really appreciate that we're really defining where we are in the stage of all of this, like the requirements and things like that, and separating certain parts of what we do. Or statutorily, like, we want kids proficient, but there are steps that we get to there, you have to have, as you said, a North Star. So I appreciate that aspect of it. So thank you again. I want to now move us to, educator experts.
Yep.
And I'm coming to our grade board three, I'm going not board three, board two, Representative Chang. Well, thank you.
Okay, first time she's no longer here, but wanted to give a thanks to our policy fellow. Taylor Spriggs, who's been drafting a memo on teacher mentoring and induction programs for us. And has also been helping us plan this committee panel that we're hosting on, as I said, you've heard this before, we're focusing on first year teachers, how to support them and retain them. So we want to learn from some other contexts of how they're doing that. And we're also reaching out to many of them and beyond the panel, just asking them some questions as well. And that's something that Taylor's helping with. So we didn't meet in June, but we'll likely meet in late July or early August for this committee meeting and this panel. And excited to report back on what we learn and where we want to take this for the rest of the year.
Questions or comments for Representative?
Brevity will be rewarded, so no comments.
I appreciate you, my comment. So we'll move to our next, let's there more. We're gonna come to you. Bert.
All right, wonderful. I'll try to, I don't know if I can match that, but I'll do my best. So we had a great committee meeting. We began with a discussion of safe passages, which sounds like it was a real success story from what we've heard. This was requested by Representative Barnes to have this discussion. And it went quite well. We really learned how safe passages is working to make our students feel safer going to and from school. We know that the challenge from hearing from the DC Policy Center, a lot of the challenge now is in the schools. But it really did sound like this has made a big difference. So that was good news. We had Dara Shaw present also from the DC Education Research Collaborative. This was a good discussion. So I promised Darren I would talk to members about a couple of things. One is if you have topics that you'd like the DC Education Research Collaborative to use their resources to help investigate, send those to Darren and myself. I think what would be best, the best way we could utilize this resource would probably be is if they already have universities that are doing some of the research projects that we want to look at, that we then partner with them. Because they're not gonna have a lot of resources, we can't give them a list of 7 things and then have them research all those issues for us. But if we do have an issue that we care about that's in our top 10 that a number of members mentioned, they may say, hey, this university is already doing that right now, and we're already working with them, and we're gonna connect you to that process. So if you can give us that list, I mean, what our first goal would be is to see what's already being done for the upcoming school year, and then to connect our universities to the priorities of the board. So send us that list, and I'll just keep people updated each month on kind of how that's going. But it was a really good discussion, and they want to work with us, hear our priorities, and then work with us on those issues. Second thing we talked about was with Representative Colson about the issue of students experiencing homelessness. This is going to be something that we really take up in the fall and try to tackle as to how we provide additional supports for students that experience homelessness and how we make sure that they can succeed in school and give them the resources they would need to fully succeed. Next, we thanked our student representatives for all their work, and we set our next committee meeting for August. Now, the other reminder, though, Darren asked me to give people is to please fill out the SAC applications and information. You can tell that I did file through and do both of those things.
Yours is very thorough, sir. Thank you.
I did try my best on it, but Darren wanted to remind people of the July 15th deadline, I believe is what it said.
Yeah.
Rotate.
Yeah.
So in the end, he said that I should also say
Mhm.
that we need a quorum of members to fill it out, otherwise it doesn't count, so.
So right now, only one person. When I checked this morning, only Representative Goulart, I have not yet checked it since this morning. But I will recheck it tomorrow morning.
It's good for the chair. All right,
My,
go ahead. Yes.
I wonder if particularly around the conversation regarding students and homelessness, I'm assuming at some point, federal budget bill will go through. There are a lot of pending cuts to safety net services. And I guess we won't know the extent of all those things until they do a reconciliation. Would it be, like, do we know if anything right now is being considered that is directly connected to the current funding? Around homelessness students or legislation?
Matt, I think you have different types of concerns, obviously. One is you have students which fortunately we've reduced is the students who are street homeless, students who don't have a place to live or move over their head. I think we've also got to see what we can do to maintain vouchers for students who are living with supports. And then, and then there's the issue of just families who maybe experience homelessness but living with their relative. And how we provide those supports. So I don't think it's been fully fleshed out yet. I'm tracking the council's budget process to see if any of that gets discussed there. I know they've been talking about different ways to serve homeless communities through the budget. So I don't know, Representative Paulson, if you want to add anything to that, but it's something we're watching, but I really don't know more about it other than what I've seen in the budget.
Yeah, I've been watching it. I've been looking at it on the federal level. Ironically, there was a whole end homelessness conference here in DC the last 3 days. My current understanding is that right now that funding, which was previously separate and earmarked, will be included in block funding, which is not helpful.
That's not good.
No, because then it's Peter or Paul or
Right.
Mary. So that's going to be a concern. That's going to be an issue that we probably will feel. But that's where we are right now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Bruce.
I'm sorry, one last thing is that we will be having Dan Davis and Kimberly Humphrey as speakers at upcoming meetings, specifically to talk about issues of safety. And our goal is to hear from them what they've heard from constituents and students, families, as to what kind of low hanging fruit are things that we can address easily. That can make a big difference that I mentioned over and over again. So they're going to come in at a follow-up meeting now. It may be the August meeting. So if anybody wants to join, you're welcome to come to that. And if that goes forward, be August.
Thank you so much. Thank you again. Okay, members, are there any external committee update or reports you'd like to share?
My external committees for NASB are still in a holding pattern. NASB is revisiting how they do the Public Education Positions Committee and the Government Affairs Committee. And so might want to look out. I haven't heard anything about new surveys, but they want to make sure those are used in a way that are supporting members in the individual states. And so until that direction is defined, I'll let y'all know if I hear anything different. Those committees are on hold.
Thank you so much, Representative Thompson. Okay, we're going to revert back, as we stated earlier in our agenda, to talking about panels. Is what we had decided earlier, and after we had our committee reports, that we're going to revert back to that. And I'll go back to my script that I appreciate you for writing. We're going to, first thing that we had on that list, the only thing that we had on that list at that time was special education transition services in high school for Representative Johnson Law. Now that we've heard some of our committee reports and everything, we're now entertaining other topics that we potentially have for a month of office. So I'm now taking topics that we possibly have.
you want me to start out, which is the idea that I had to maybe start the
I
conversation?
mean, first entertain if there was something else that we want to add to the list, then you'll go first, and present yours, and any other topics will come.
So
Something
I,
else.
I would like us to consider what the graduates need today panel. Either, one or two, either what the graduates need today, with the voices from like the higher ed, business, employer committee, to give us some sense to like shared sense of what people are saying to us and like, what that bridge looks like. Or, I would like us, to consider a panel about, some of the multi-states approaches, like what's successful in other states. I think if I had to suggest one, it would be the what do graduates need today, to give us a sense, and then that can shape some of the subsequent things. But since we had a lot of questions, around that, and, I heard that that was one of our key challenges. I think that would be helpful both for us and to start to invite those voices in to our conversation more seriously.
Any others? I have three that I've listed currently. Are there any others?
Yes, I will put it at the bottom of the list. We can push it out, but just, it's been raised a few times and I want to keep it on our mind. In terms of how we respond to discipline and safety in schools. Again, I think we have gone too far. And so perhaps it's time for us to reevaluate the policies and make recommendations for what should be happening in school to make sure that everyone is safe. So that may be coming back up, and I think what we already have can go ahead.
Got you. Any other? Okay, let's delve in. First presenting will be President Johnson Law on special education transition services, high school.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was stemming from the conversation we had a couple months ago, where I think I was thinking about maybe two things, and they were two separate tracks. One about the grad requirements, but also one about, okay, as they're transitioning out, what does that mean for those students? But as I'm talking to you all, I'm kind of leaning more towards Representative Thompson's approach, where we kind of melt those ideas together, like again, post-secondary, where if you have disability or not, like what do graduates need today? And then maybe if, when we all vote, I'm thinking that I would love for us to have someone that represents the disability community on that panel. And so I don't even know if that's really a presentation, but I really like this idea of maybe kind of marrying those things together and to have someone on what graduates need today, from a disability, maybe like RSA or someone in the post-secondary field that way. And so I'm gonna yield now and go to, if it's okay, can I go to Representative Thompson?
Okay. Representative Thompson.
Yeah, so, just based on, both what was shared in the slides, but also some of the comments, that came up in discussion, around like how our employers, and how our higher ed folks who, are using the diploma for their decision-making, what are they seeing? And so I think it would behoove us to invite back, like some folks, whether it's like Trinity, UBC, one or the other, we don't have to have both, maybe we can both, I don't know. We might want to invite, some folks who represent, like have a larger point of view for business. I know we got a yes, from the Greater Washington, partnership to participate on the task force. I'm sorry.
Said that was fine. I thought it was gonna be my recommendation.
Well, we do have a representative that will be participating on the task force. The reason, and we also have reached out to like the chamber and others.
And we also as well.
Yes, we have a WIC representative on the task force. But like so in case folks are like, what are these people? We will send out a list of like who has said yes, in the initial, and we can resend. But when I sent, some time ago, suggested composition, a lot of these groups were included. The WIC is the Workforce Investment Council. And so that's going to be a mix of, different types of employers in addition to like DOES and others. We also have a guest from the labor community. When we think about things like apprenticeships, and what do you need to be successful going into apprenticeship? I heard a conversation earlier about Algebra 2, right? We could invite, to Representative Johnson Law's point about specifically students who are on alternate diploma tracks now. But what is it called?
It's actually not even that, it's more like, it's either you're getting a diploma or you're getting a certificate.
Yes, and I'm saying that for the folks who are on the certificate track,
Okay,
if we need to like use that language specifically.
because if you say alternate,
is-
people might be like, wait, like alternate assessment, because like literally, like it's literally,
Just go with the, I understand what you're talking about.
okay.
I cannot think of the program, but it is actually housed in River Terrace.
Is it RSA?
No, it's, I forget what it's called. I will pull, but they essentially do they're the ones who then say, okay, if you want to go into the workforce and you graduate with a certificate and they are the DCPS program, here's what you need to do to be prepared. And so like when you go to, like, these are some ideas, but we can think about like who is working with recent graduates and what are they seeing from like a preparation lens. I'm happy to, because we don't have to decide like the panel right now. But just like
Maybe like the transition coordinator.
it could be. Mhm. And so that is the idea, to just give us some frame for like, how are people looking at us now? And what do we need to take from that as far as where do we want to go?
I like that a lot. We'll come back to you again for the multi-state. panel that you're on. As well.
Yeah, so I think we don't have to get into that now, we possibly like September.
Okay,
We could look at us like, I don't know which month it was. October, November, I put together a panel, where we, had folks from like North Dakota and other places. Remember, they were on the Zoom. And they talked to us about, different pathways they had, right? And so, yes, so some of the, like, similar thinking to that, so we can make some things concrete for folks and hear, what things could look like, but I would hope that I'm suggesting the beyond the diploma kind of panel first, because that might help us identify some topics we really want to drill down on. So if that's like, we really need to get more familiar with this advanced, I'm just making up stuff, this advanced coursework, or we really need to get more familiar with that. And turns out when we look through what Aussie has shared with us so far, they haven't drilled down on that yet. We need some examples, like that kind of thing. So I know we do 2 months, but technically 2 months would be August. And so I think it's worth us taking some time to hear back, digest, and also give Aussie opportunity to share some information with us before we decide like how to drill down. But I am suggesting that we do some type of multi-state look to see who is doing things well that we might want to consider for our own jurisdiction.
I appreciate that. And then the last one will come to you, Dr. Colson, Representative Colson, on discipline and safety in schools.
Yeah, so I remember many years ago, maybe around 2013, Councilmember Rosso took up this issue. And I remember attending hearings and he gave us notice that this was coming.
Fair access.
And I remember that some principals were a bit abusive, if you will, with the days of suspensions that were given out, right? And so now that we have this, it feels, I won't even say it feels, it is, that how we respond is very limited. And I think it's a disservice, not just to the student, but also the other students in that school environment and to the staff as well. And so I would like for us to look at this again and see if we can find a middle ground. Because I understand the power and the value of restorative conversations, but I think after you've hit somebody upside their head figuratively 5 times, then we're beyond talking about this and having this conversation. And not only is it a disservice for that student? But again, you have other students who are watching this, you have other educators who are coming to work and dealing with this. So I think that's something, no, it's not, again, not a thing. I know that's something that we need to take up again. Because I haven't followed it, but I know on the federal level, again, there's discussion about, what is it called? Something about behavior. Can you all help me if you remember what it was called? Oh, common sense, consequences or something like that. And I think that we have the power, it was a federal, executive order. I think we have the power, again, trying to get away from my thing. We have the power to make some recommendations and help to open that discussion again on how we respond to things.
Well, I appreciate that personally for me, as a person who has a daughter who's an educator and who was basically hit by a student, very bad, and was very limited at what the school could do in response to it, even though she had to seek medical help. After this blow from the student, they're still based on age, different things. There was very limited things that they could do to the students on repercussion. That led into how she managed her course, her class, because the students witnessed it. And how, from that point on, how they responded to it, what they could do, what they couldn't do, what they felt like repercussions. So I definitely agree with you that being a person who formerly worked in the LEA, yeah, I see the balance was totally taken off. And our ability to create a culture that is conducive to learning is what I'll say. So I look forward to taking this up. We have to decide when we do this, but I look forward to that. This has been a long-standing one that I've heard from a lot of educators, from parents, as well as they look at the safety for their own children. You know, and saying, okay, I can't get any redress for this thing that continuously happens to my child, which then escalates to another point, and you can have another incident that is totally
Correct.
different because I can't get redress here, so it goes outside of the school.
Correct.
So definitely hearing.
And that extends to absenteeism as well, right? If I don't feel
Exactly.
safe, I'm not
I don't
coming.
feel safe, I'm being bullied, you're
Yeah.
not doing anything about it. We've heard these testimonies in some of our hearings from some of our witnesses. Definitely, I think this is a really relevant thing. Definitely, I think we should take it up, and I'm hoping that we'll do it in a manner that deals with the issues that we're trying to take in sequence. Representative Johnson Law.
And let me add one more
Okay.
thing. If we're talking about working in tandem, the other thing that we definitely need to address is that vaping is a real issue. And it's an issue, let's not be deceived or just say that it's east of the river, it's across the city. And again, how do we respond to that? And it's not a high school issue, it's as young as middle school across the city. So unfortunately, you know, I keep telling people I'm disgusted that we have the new Doobie Shop that's on the corner of Florida and North Capitol, the former KFC, huge marijuana shop in there throughout the city. Right, but we can give input onto how we support our students in the building and how we respond to that. And we may need to go back to DARE or some other national or citywide campaign where we're talking about now vaping and marijuana and not the drugs of yesterday, but we have to do something, and we have to do something that has teeth, that actually helps our educators and our LEAs and principals, et cetera.
I definitely think that can be folded into, as we talk about safety and discipline, what those measures are, as we try to recalibrate what was done by, and I know it was well meaning by
Absolutely.
Councilmember.
Agreed.
So, you know, because, you know, there was some.
It was
you could Basically
excessive.
do some things to some elementary children
Yeah.
and they could be out a long period of time.
Correct.
And you're like, oh my God, you know, really my child's gonna be out that long,
Mhm.
but there's a balance. The
Correct.
pendulum has swung, and then also coming out of the pandemic. Mental health has changed
Yes.
and how we respond, so that,
I'll just hear two members.
okay, thank you so much.
I just want to commend, raising those points, and then would just suggest that when we do get to do business, if you raise the issue of vaping in business, then if the president's, sending, it could be referred to the committee, and then we can work on the issue of vaping in the fall, which we hopefully, reconstitute the committee with the student reps and another elected rep as well on the committee, but I would, we're just asking if we add it to new business, then if the president decides, he could refer it then to the committee. the issue maybe, because I think we do need to take that up.
Thank you. Johnson Law.
I just wanted to also give like context for the board on why Grosso did it and why it does still have to be a balance. One, for kids that have disabilities, and I hate to like put this out there, it's not a versus thing, but sometimes with charter schools, you're creating these like long, crazy sentences for students, especially those who have disabilities. And there's just, you're looking at this data and you're looking at discipline, and it just looks crazy, especially when it comes to Black and brown students. So I think what he was trying to figure out is, okay, well, one of his student has a disability, they have due process anyway, but I'm gonna be real, people don't care. And they were just, no offense, doing what they wanted to do. And so I think he was trying to do something cross-sector to where it's like, okay, you can't have somebody out of school just, you know,
25 days.
crazy amounts of time, which is what unfortunately, a lot of folks were doing at that time.
Most definitely.
But I do hear what you're saying, where it's like, okay, we have to figure out a balance, because there are some cases to where it's like, okay, you didn't hit Johnny upside the head like a good 5 times.
And Mr. Johnny.
And Mr. Johnny, like this, you know, where are the consequences to that? And so I just want us to be mindful sometimes, I think, of when we do these policies, what are the unintended consequences, especially for students, again, who are furthest from opportunity. So I just wanted to give context as to how and why it came about.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was because of kids with disabilities, and I'm sorry, y'all, but look, y'all know I love the charters. My baby's at a charter, but I have to get on them too. Sometimes charters were doing things that were not appropriate. Oh, okay, but I have Tommy, and don't blame me, you still getting public money now. Just saying.
And I appreciate that content, Representative Johnson Law. There has to be a balance, and with all policies, I believe that over a course of time, you go back and look at that. And you try to evaluate, you know, where they are, where they've been effective, and where there's unintended consequences that may not be there, that's helpful.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it's a good subject to bring up, because it's a good time, we have enough time has elapsed, we can go back and look at it and say, this is something we really need to take up and evaluate, and then have strong recommendations that we could probably have to see where that goes as far as moving that policy and those laws. So with that being said, that's the 4 that we have. Well, yes, the 4 that we have. So what we have on the table, from what I'm hearing, and I believe Johnson Law has said that hers can be folded in. So the first one was yours, Johnson Law, and you kind of said that you can merge that in with some of the other things.
Yes, President Patterson, I don't even think mine really needs a vote. I'm hoping that we can vote probably on the second one, but can we just ensure
I appreciate that.
that someone who is helping or representing the disability community or special education community?
I just want to make sure that I gave it the respect that it deserved.
Thank you so much, I
Secondly,
really appreciate that.
I want to say, and I really like this one. Second one was by Representative Paulson on what this graduates need. For me, that one seems the most relevant and time-wise, and everything else that we're talking about that would be a good subject for August. I know we have 2 more underneath it, but that seems the most relevant for August. And I hope it, you know, I want to take what a privilege that we can kind of make that the suggestion for August. I know we have the other ones, and we can put the other ones in the queue. So to speak, on the list, we do have a tracker that we can put them in the tracker, and we can move to this being the subject panel for August. Okay, if that is okay, I'm getting nods from what I'm seeing. We can take a vote.
Sure.
Okay.
Representative Best.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Yep.
Representative Colson.
Yes.
Representative Boulay.
Yes.
Representative Henderson. Representative Johnson Law.
Yes.
Representative Thompson.
Yes.
President Patterson.
Yeah.
And,
All right, we have our congratulations, Representative Thompson. I really appreciate that. We'll now move to new business. Okay, we're getting there, folks. We are getting there, okay? On that list, what I have down here is.
we're gonna 2 on there and then gotta open it up.
Let's move the goalpost a little bit.
Oh, Lord.
Exactly.
Representative Roulette.
Always.
Representative Goulet. Yes. President Patterson, I would like to add four, and then with the leave of Representative Colson 5 to the list. So the first item I would ask to add would just be discussion of sending a letter. Each of these will speak to this piece. A letter on data on kindergarten cutoffs, officially asking for data. The second issue would just be talking about the process for the BC State Board of Education Expanded Authority Amendment Act of 2025. The third issue is discussing a potential really alarming shortage of nurses that we could be facing and when the school year starts in August. The fourth issue is the issue of food and how we get that in the local budget act. And then the final issue, the Representative Coles mentioned, if we could add vaping to the list just for referral purposes. We already discussed it.
Okay, we'll let you your time, but I appreciate all of your additions.
2 minutes each.
I appreciate all your additions. So great. Going to Director Butler real quick.
I see the agenda items. And the other, yes, and then number 6 was after the OSCE, will be NASP conference.
All right.
2025.
Thank you very much. So we're going to start with the two that are listed on our agenda, which is the Department of General Services, DGS response to SR 25-1, addressing heating, ventilation, and air conditioning HVAC issues of public schools in the District of Columbia. A few weeks ago, we received a memo from DGS in response to our state resolution on the topic of HVAC issues in DC public schools. Representative Henderson, who could not be here with us this evening, shared his thoughts ahead of time, and members have a copy of that. Do members have any additional feedback or comments about the response that he has provided for us?
He was very thorough.
Or about DGS's.
Our DGS's response to us.
More of a question, and it doesn't have to be now, but if colleagues, I mean, I think that issue is within our committee at the moment. So if colleagues want us to take specific action in light of that letter, and I saw Representative Henderson's comments, just get in touch with me after the meeting. I'm glad to take questions here too, but just if there's things you want us to follow up on, then let us know, because Darren and myself will put together a tracker of all the resolutions that we previously approved. And we'll try to bring some priorities to our committee. So if there's something as part of that resolution you want followed up on, just let us know.
I like that suggestion. No, I like Representative Goulet's suggestion of referring comments to the committee, because I do think that the resolution and the letter were pretty technical. Yeah, and so I'm fine with that.
Any other comments? Discussions? Okay. All right, now we'll move to substitute teachers, and I'm coming to Representative Chang.
Was from the last, what?
You sent us an email?
We received
I
it.
was gonna say the whole board should have received
We
the email
received the
about
email.
substitute
Yeah.
teachers.
Oh, yeah, no, that's that one. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
See the email, except for what was for Representative Chang, but I think it went to all of them.
It went to everybody.
It went to
Yes,
everybody and
everybody.
it responded and said,
Yes.
what are you guys gonna do about it as leadership? So, let me pull up. Yeah. I think the testimony that was raised deserves a response is my.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I would agree, yes, I
Yeah.
agree, yes.
So,
Which committee would it fit into, or,
all right, so
I was about to say, that's yours.
are you
Yeah.
asking?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like, right.
if we're good with that, then I'll take it.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying, it will go to your committee, that you chair, sir. And that's what we'll do with that particular subject.
That's
Okay,
good.
Yeah.
Close time to ask a question.
Yes.
I
Yes,
I'm trying to say something, but it ain't coming out.
It wasn't because procedurally, does it have to go there first? And I asked that because has there been any vetting in what was said?
No, that's why I sent it back to the leadership, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because on my read, initially, I would say school-based, I know that some of these things are not correct. So I don't know if there is a response for additional information, or does that happen after it goes to a committee? Just trying to figure out the best way to respond to that, or what should be done.
And to your point, Representative Wilson, what I would say is that go to the committee and the committee would ask for additional information or clarification, so they can decide on their next action.
Well, since our next committee meeting is not until end of the month or maybe next month, would the staff have any capacity and to help us look into that in preparation for that committee meeting?
In July. When staff is on vacation. I just, well, I guess maybe because I didn't get the email, so I don't know if I wait for it. Is there a specific
You are-
request?
Right.
You're
I know-
on the, you're.
I know you forwarded it
Yep.
to me, so I just want to make, so is the request that we then follow up with the person who emailed the board? Or is there another question that you're asking?
It's the whole union.
I think they're asking for us to look into it, like,
Exactly,
like the whole
exactly.
thing of
I
what the
looked
substitute
into it
teachers
as
are
much as
going
anyone
through.
else have, which is I forwarded the
Ah.
email, so.
I mean,
I guess it was just a topic that the board wants to take up.
if it is a okay, so I think there are, like, I heard you say it deserves a response, right? If it is if we are looking to acknowledge and say like, hey, we want to hear more, maybe the best thing to do is to follow up with this person, set up a meeting with either the chair of the committee or a couple committee members to just hear them out. Then we can decide you all can decide what next steps could be. It does not have to be that we have to launch initially a full research project into
That's
this.
fair.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's our
accept
committee,
that.
guys, I think that's our leadership. Okay.
I'm just saying, whoever, have for acknowledgement could be.
Yeah.
Hey, we received this email, we want to learn more, let's set up a time to talk. Figure out if there are then actionable things to refer to other people. When I say other people, other agencies, whatever. And it might be that there are, and it might be that there are not.
Exactly.
Instead of saying like, let's go research all of these points.
I agree.
And so then the question is, who is that assigned?
So I hear you, Representative Thompson. I know we kind of jumped the BOE to the assignment, but from what I'm hearing from you, I do agree with you, is that is a response to the leadership, so to speak.
It doesn't have to be, you all have to decide which one to do.
That's what we're.
You know, like, you
did.
say should be referred to committee.
It could be us as a
Yeah, so we all just have to discuss and come to a decision.
President man. So what you could do, right, it could be like us as a board, right, to just be like, we want, because we all got it, right? To say, hey, we want to look into this, right? And then we will reach out to maybe like Representative Chang, I'm thinking of you because like you're an educator, I'm thinking about just your committee and having like the knowledge. Like maybe it's like you all have like a smaller Zoom meeting with her, right? But like, as far as like a letter is concerned, maybe it's coming from us as a board to say, hey, we've received this. We understand that there is an issue happening and this is our pathway forward. So you could do that as well. There are multiple pathways. You just have to figure out which one makes the most sense to not so much resolve the issue, but at least resolve the us responding. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't think it's, I think we can keep it simple, right? I'm happy to respond, to this person, put everybody on the email. Representative Chang, since you do have educator excellence, in case anything, comes up, I'm gonna volunteer the two of us to just meet with this person, hear them out. Independent and share back the notes. That's it. It would be great if somebody from the staff can support us, because Ebony Rose's note taking that's not what people, champion and pay every gross to do. And so, this is not self-awareness is important, but I think we keep it simple. The board, appreciates, the concern raised. Representative Chang and we can set up a time to talk with you to hear you out. We'll share back with the rest of the board, what comes out of that conversation. If there are actionable things that come out of that conversation, we can email everybody and say, here's what we found. And then that's it.
What's, I mean, are we okay with? I feel like this is a perfect task for one of the policy analysts or one of our fellows to learn more about what the actual issue is. So can we move that to August?
I still think we should respond.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
I'm
It's
not
a
even saying the meeting
response.
has to be tomorrow.
Right.
I'm just saying that we can, we need people, somebody needs to be like, yes,
Yes, we want to learn more.
let's schedule.
Let's schedule a time with
Right.
one of our staff members.
Right, we want to acknowledge it, and then we want to do the,
Yeah, and so absolutely. Representative Chang has been very explicit. He's the thing that he and Representative Thompson should do this. It should be delegated to a member of staff, preferably, one of the policy. Is that what you're saying, Representative Chang?
I mean, if the conclusion is we just want to learn more about what the issue is before it moves into a committee or we do something else.
I don't have a conclusion. I'm just assuming that, so for example, when I think of staff support, staff does inform us, if we have a position that we take, but I don't think that we should leave it to a policy analyst to decide what are the action items and what we should act on. I think that is, the members of the board are the decision makers for what work we take on and we don't. And so I do think it's important to have at least one or two board members to interact with this person to come back and say, hey, if there are subsets of steps after that, they might be assigned to staff. But I'm literally saying 30 minutes on a Zoom is not too much to ask for a board member's time with some support with the staff for taking notes. We can report back to everybody else.
Great. We'll come to Representative Goulet and then go to Jonathan Law afterwards.
Well, it seems like there's several issues. I'm making sure I'm looking at the same email. It's the one that came 6:20 at 49 PM. I mean, there's three issues here. One is working. The second one appears to be an issue of unemployment during the summer, which is imminent, obviously. And then the final one appears to be an issue with the budget, which is also imminent. But there's three separate things in here. I mean, in terms of the budget, we've already sent the budget letter. I feel like on the budget issue, members could advocate in their individual capacity. There's not really time at this point, given the timing of this email, for us to make a collective request to council this will be taken seriously. So that, in terms of the budget process, it's really either in or out. Members can talk to the chairman's office if they want on this, but I don't see the purpose of the board doing a letter on this unless we have a higher level of information. All right. I mean, the second issue that I see is about the summer ask. I mean, I think that's again a conversation maybe with the committee, the whole staff, with the chairman, that maybe Jacques, you or Ben could have during your leadership conversation with the chairman, say, hey, we received this email, just want to see where you are with this issue. We're going to dispute that it is more under council's purview than ours, because it involves really budget issues right now that aren't for the board. And then the last piece, just try to understand general working conditions. That could be an ongoing discussion that we don't have to solve now at all. So I think the best way, at least from the email, would be maybe we start out with staff just calling up the committee of the whole and saying, hey, is this on your radar screen at all? And then from there, if it is, then maybe you can have a conversation with the chairman and say, hey, we got this email. Is there something going on with the budget? I don't see a role for the board to take official action, other than say, thanks for sharing this. We're going to follow up, but right now the budget is with council, basically. I mean, the timing just does not work for us to be able to take formal action.
I agree, it deserves a response that's just a, we heard this, we just talked a lot about this, we are going to follow up.
Yeah.
And I think that comes from leadership.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
I was gonna say, she definitely needs to respond, and as leadership, you all are representation of the board. But not so much now, but as we talked about like teachers and like what they need and things going down the line, substitutes are a part of that. So not now, but I think this should come before the board soon. Not now, but soon. And I don't, even if we like say, okay, we may not be able to do anything now, this needs to be something that we come back to, because I do hear a lot of issues about substitute teachers, and they're saying, okay, this may not be in your purview, and let's be real, 90% of the things that people come to us about are not in our daggone purview. But I'm gonna keep saying this. Y'all can sit up here and pass resolutions on these cell phones, okay? We can listen to this lady about these substitute teachers down the line. Just saying. That's gonna be I'm gonna down that hill. I just want y'all to know.
Thank you.
I'm dying on that hill.
Thank you.
I'm
Okay.
dying on that hill.
One last question about this, though. It does seem like there's been changes made, but I don't understand from the email what those changes fully are. I mean, that's my concern, is it seems like they're saying there's been like changes that have been recently undertaken that's gonna impact our ability for substitutes. But then I can't discern from the email exactly what those are, other than it looks like filing in front of plane.
So we have a lot, I think it's information gathering.
Yeah.
And then we can sort it out, but, yeah, if we all agree, then leadership will respond. Bring it up at your next your next meeting with the chairman and see if it's on the radar, and then when staff is back, we schedule a time to learn more, and we ask to see if there's a member who's available to join that call.
I'm okay with that. Jen, I know you're taking real good notes. So I'm in agreement.
Okay.
And that's the level, that's the actions we'll take next. Okay, our next new business is a letter from SBOE on kindergarten age cutoff data.
Set a timer. Okay, so on this issue, I requested back on June 13th to just get some very basic data from Deputy Mayor for Education. And it was just how many students are impacted by this kindergarten change. That's very basic, because I've heard from the executive branch differing numbers based on the situation. At one point, they said there wasn't action needed. It was less than a dozen families impacted by this. Then when they were asked to do the assessments now, because we shouldn't be doing assessments of kids after they've started first grade and then demoting them, they said, well, there's just too many kids to do this right now. You know, there could be 30 kids. So like, the number changes based on whether they do or don't want something done. So I would just like the real data. I would like it sitting in front of us, and it should be very obtainable, and we can ask in a very nice way for it. But I think it should come from the board. And here's what the specific ask would be. It would be to give us all the data on children impacted by the change in kindergarten enrollment, and to break that down into two parts. One, students who have chosen not to enroll yet, after they were informed of the change in policy. And then two, students who have enrolled in first grade, but have not completed kindergarten, whether they come from out of state or come from in state. That should be very much available to us. And if they do not want to give us the children's names, that's fine. We just can ask for the school so we can see that. And then secondly, to know how many students have entered kindergarten who are above the age cutoff by school. They don't need to give us names, but we need to see it. And it would just be for DCPS. I would try to get the information from charters, because that's going to be too complicated at this point. And most of those kids are tracked in through the portal anyway. So that's very basic information. There's no confidentiality issues, and it should be something the board needs to do its job. And it shouldn't be hard to obtain at all. It should take very minimal effort to get that data.
So where are you proposing that they pull the information from?
I mean, they have the birth dates at each school of all the kids, and it should be in their central database. I mean, all they really need is a birth date and the year the kid's in.
Representative Lewis, Director, I'm sorry, Director. I'm sorry, Director.
I think my question would be, particularly for kids who are not enrolled. Like, it's one thing for like, if a person has enrolled and they did get a chance to go to kindergarten, so that student, that family is enrolled, they have that information.
Yeah.
But if a parent decides not to enroll what is the difference between, maybe they just want to put their kids, like, how would they know that that's a kindergarten issue versus a parent decide, I didn't get into the school I wanted to, so I'm gonna put my kid in Georgetown Day. So like, how would they know the difference?
Because a couple of reasons. One is they will either specifically disenroll the child, so the child will have enrolled in kindergarten and then been told, no, you're no longer, we're rejecting your enrollment. And you won't have re-enrolled. What I'm trying to capture from this is the universe of families who are just still out there in the ether, because DCPS knows exactly who they told they can enroll in kindergarten. Like, that's not something they don't have. They know people who they've said, sorry, your kid can't go to kindergarten because they're over our age cutoff. They have that information.
And is there a reason why we wouldn't include charters in that? I mean, because they also, the same, my school DC, like, have been enrolled by the thing, all that's also included in my DC.
I worry that's gonna make it too complicated. And I'm trying to keep the request simple right now. The bigger issue really is with DCPS, because they're the ones who have their regular standards here. I suspect what's happening with charters, they're just using common sense. So charter schools right now, if a student is struggling in pre-K 3 or 4, which they would have gone to charter for, they'll hold the kid back and then let them into kindergarten in a normal, sensible progression. I mean, the real issue that's coming in here right now is that all of a sudden, DCPS decided not to trust the assessments made by private educators anymore, even though there's no one who can make the assessment from DCPS. So if you have a kid who's struggling in a private school for pre-K 3, and they've had to go to private school because they don't have it in their local school, and the school, the pediatrician, the parents, and teachers get together and say, this student should either repeat pre-K 3 or they should repeat pre-K 4 because they're struggling with their developmental staging. DCPS is no longer trusting the private school. They're saying we're going to have to do our own assessment of that. And we won't do it until we force the kid to skip kindergarten and go to first grade. So that's a big problem. And so I think what you're going to see from this is there's going to be widely disparate impact across the city, where some schools, I already know this for a fact, some schools, they're just letting the kids in, and others, they're saying you can't attend. But I just want data. I want to see the data, and then we can see if there's disproportionate enforcement across the city or disparate enforcement across the city. And we can see what the universe of these kids is, because we don't even know that, and we're told different things based on the situation. So I just want the data.
So
This should be hard to get. It's not like we're asking for a lot.
in our last meeting, when we talked with the mayor and the chancellor about this, they were very good that they did not necessarily have, they were conducting a historical of the last 5 school years to see if it was a problem. Because from what they, until now, it had not been something they had researched or like actively began scrubbing data for, that they are working on that report, that they would share that once it was done. And that was in the last meeting that when we met with them before we all voted on the legislation. But I mean,
I just,
the board could ask for it if they want to ask for it, I just don't know if it'll be something.
I just don't believe it. I don't believe them at all.
So my question is, did you want to weigh in there real quick before I make a statement?
I just had a clarifying question, like, when you said like the ages and the dates, I'm just wondering if they would still identify that as like PII. You know, because DCPS is, you know, the like FERPA, you know what I mean? Personable identifiable information, because like if I
You're
see.
not asking for, what
Right, but
PII
if
stands
you
for.
have, those are date of birth,
Personal
right?
Identifying information. I don't think it's a problem. What I will say is this, so that we can kind of move this agenda along, is that I hear you requesting, you had sent a personal letter from the outset, from the beginning, we had started a meeting today, that you had sent a personal letter, and I got a response to it. And so what you're asking the board to do now is to reiterate that and send a letter from the board.
Yeah, and I send
Our leadership.
not as a personal letter, but in my individual capacity.
Right, you send it as an individual and did not receive a response. So what you're seeking from us right now is for us as a board to send a letter requesting that same information.
And the only additional thing to add would be to also then see who is in kindergarten, but is over age. Again, no names, just the date.
Those points that you have identified, and I believe, Jen, you have taken those on. It is, we can send a,
I'll draft a letter to.
I'm saying that we can send a letter, that will come from.
Well, and I guess this is the thing, so if we draft a letter, then we'll send it out to all the members to sign on or not. sign.
Yes, right.
Because I don't know,
If every member wants to sign.
yes, I mean, that's what we do for all the
Right.
letters anyway,
And so-
send it out, so.
But we will craft a letter, we'll work with the staff to craft a letter, and then we will see who wants to send. Who wants to sign on to that particular letter and then forward that letter.
And you have my commitment, I will draft a letter, send it to staff.
Glad you said that.
I just want us to prepare the, like, I'm just saying, like, DCPS literally might answer back, even though you don't have the dates with it, right? It's like having someone's social security number out there, like, without their name. That is still considered under government purview, PII. Someone's age, like, if I put out Abria's date of birth, right? 8/15/11, people who may know her and they know, we know Abria's 13, but let's just say Abria is gonna be, she's 4 and she'll be 5, right? Someone who might look at that and be like, oh, wait, is that Abria? That's Abria's birth. You know what I mean? Like, people, so people could still piecemeal that together. So just be prepared if they just go, this is a FERPA, this is a PII, I'm just prepared.
We could add another layer to that. I mean, first of all, like, as a board, they should just give us even the names and we should agree to keep it confidential. We should have the right to that information. Because we're oversight.
FERPA, I'm.
We're,
I, yeah, very nice.
That's a FERPA.
But the staff is very clear that the board has oversight of particular things pertaining to time,
Right.
not into LEA.
Right. And I agree with the director on that particular. There are certain things we can ask for. We can ask for raw data that doesn't identify or those type of things, but.
Or just like how many.
Or how many, or what was, we started at this number and this is the number where we're at now that we're enforcing a particular policy. We can ask for things like that, but things as Representative Johnson Law has alluded to, that can identify or where we're actually trying to act as an oversight, that's not.
So here's what I would suggest we do that with the data by board. Then there's no way they can claim if we don't see it by school. We'll get it by board. So we write it in a way where there's no way to then.
Now, we write in a way that we can make sure that there's no PII, anything of that nature.
Agreed.
And we will be able to do that. So what I'm agreeing to is move this along. Agenda is that we'll work with the staff to craft that letter and then forward it. We'll also see who's going to sign on to that letter.
Okay.
And we will then forward it. We're signing on to them. Okay. All right, thank you. The next one is.
Issue and I'll pick up speed.
Yeah, pick up speed, please.
So question for our executive director. I was the one who tabled this action. Is the better course of action to just simply request that we put it back on the agenda, or should I ask that there be an item added to the agenda for me to remove it from the table?
And can you please state that?
So, yes.
Yes, and
What they show is.
So the DC State Board of Education Expanded Authority Amendment Act of 2025 is something that came out of the special working group that Representative Thompson, myself, and Representative Anderson together. It specifically talked about obtaining data, and I felt it was unnecessary at the time. And I think I was overly cautious, frankly, about the concerns this could potentially create with Congress. And I don't think it's an issue at this point. But I asked that it be tabled, just so we could look at that further. And I think having looked at it further, I don't think there's any concern that this is going to create congressional interference in DC affairs. I just simply don't. I don't think it's something that anyone has mentioned as a concern. I think secondly, I think we do need to have that in our back pocket if this continues, that we need to be able to get data. And they can't ignore requests for data. So I moved to table this since I was on the Lincoln side of the motion. I can move to take it off the table at the meeting, but I wanted to discuss it here because I think I'm required to discuss it
at the meeting.
Well, and so, but that meeting would also be the August meeting, because technically there's no public meeting in July. So you can also discuss for the August. Meeting.
So that-
It'll be on the agenda for the August.
What we're saying is that this issue can't be brought up since we're not, can't move it at this particular time. For August, this is more appropriate, even though we may get an answer this evening, it still would have to be brought up in August so that we can put it on a public meeting to do so. You know, we're.
Well, I think it's just moving to put it on the public meeting agenda.
Why? Why couldn't, I mean, I'm sorry. Why? Like, why would we have to discuss it twice? Why couldn't we just make the decision to put it on the August agenda, just like we do with the panels that we vote for 2 months in advance?
Yeah, I think that's just, it's just procedurally easier, because I don't want to get into like a messy thing where I'm trying to move the cake off the table. I think we may decide we don't need it, but I think it's good to have it on there, just so we can consider it and vote, and it will require supermajority at the meeting.
Yeah, I mean, all legislation requires.
Yeah, so I was thinking, I mean, I would request that it be added to the August meeting agenda then, at this time. Can I make that motion?
I mean, you can add things to the agenda, if there's something else to be voted on for the agenda, the board has to vote on it. I think the sort of the tricky piece is that it wasn't necessarily voted down at the last meeting, which it was on the public meeting agenda, it was tabled, so it's less of like, it has to be moved, like, raised.
And that's why I'm thinking kind of parliamentary.
So could I?
So I think that needs to happen at the meeting itself.
Yeah, so could I ask though for a state agenda item to be added, which is a motion to remove this from the table?
I'll second it.
That's the
Okay,
question.
that's the appropriate motion. Okay, so my motion right now, which Representative Thompson said she was saying, is I would request that a motion that an agenda item be added to the August public meeting, which is the motion to remove the State Board of Education Expanded Authority Amendment Act of 2025 from the table.
Then probably moved and then been seconded by Representative Thompson.
Mhm.
We'll do a vote.
You can do a voice vote,
Voice.
like,
Voice.
Speed it up.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstention? Carries. Okay, great, we'll be on.
I'm gonna really speed
Next
it up
item.
now, because I'm
Hopefully.
hopefully, the nurses issue, council is taking action, we need to be aware of this. Council is shifting at the mayor's request, they're ending the children's health contract and are shifting the nurses to FTEs. Anytime there's a transition of this sort, you lose people. I am very, very concerned that we're going to get to the fall and have a dire shortage of nurses, not even enough to be able to cover appropriately the cluster model. Because only RNs can observe a cluster. So if you have allied health professionals or health technicians, and if you have LPNs who aren't qualified either under their license to cover these folks, you could see a massive exodus of RNs, and we just lost 54% of them between school year 23-24 and 24-25. And so in order to not have another large loss of nurses, the RNs who work for children's are going to have to agree to come on as FTEs for DCF. I am really concerned we're going to have a lot of them, and we may have a crisis on our hands starting at the beginning of the school. And I think I am just flagging it for people for awareness, but I think it needs to be at the top of our minds. That's it.
I appreciate that. I'm aware of some of it because, I know some people in human resources and what they're going through this particular time to try to find nurses. Because they have to ask to look for their qualifications, their certifications and everything like that. It is an issue. And it is not going to be an issue. It is a huge issue of trying to build the FTEs in which they're being required to do so. I literally watched someone go through those type of procedures, like that. So thank you for bringing that up.
So second, fourth item, this will be very fast. I sent an example of this language to everybody on the text thread. When we send our letter on the COLA adjustment, if we could also add to that letter a request for the chairman to add the language that OAG, the mayor, council have to use food for ceremonial purposes is like an exception. Because right now, we're having to pull out of our own pockets to pay for our students, representatives to be able to have food. And the last thing in the world I want to do is have lavish parties or anything like that. This is just basic to be able to feed our student advisory committee and maybe have a basic reception here or there.
Yeah.
So certainly, we would try to be modest with some, but the language is attached, so if we could add that in there and get that added, then we would not have to dig out of our own pockets to pay for food.
And then that's the budget support act. I saw
It would be the local budget act, not the budget support, act, the local budget act. And I sent an example of the language for the bank. So we should definitely do that. And then lastly,
I have a question about that, and that is to use already locally appropriate funds
yes,
as an allowed use for food in those particular
Yeah.
instances.
correct. My understanding of it is there's a statute prohibiting us from spending local dollars on food.
Yes,
And this just provides a exception to that with a dollar threshold. You know, and we would just go for a very small one, but enough that we can meet the needs that we have. Good. Yeah, okay, great. And then lastly, I just would bring the issue of vaping up, that was raised by, Representative Olson and ask that that be referred to our committee so we can pick it up with the other safety issues for the fall. So, okay, great. That's it.
The next thing that we have, that I brought up, the opt-in meeting agenda. We need to send this meeting agenda to them next week. But if there are additional things in addition to the basis from our CCLR committee that you would like on the agenda, if you have, you can share them now. If not, you can also email them by Wednesday. Or please, any topics that you want to know. I will say that President Thompson, President Patterson and I, and Representative Colson will be at the PCS conference with Superintendent Mitchell next week. And we will, which is why our meeting has been moved. Right. So we have a little bit more leeway. But if you have some items, they are purchasing would like for us to get them ahead of time so that they can prepare for the meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, well,
Next one, every year, we, as a member of the Bay, would like to attend the annual NASB conference. Yes, in this budget situation, it is what it is. But we say that to say NASB has prepared for this, we have prepared for this, in the sense that, we have funds set aside as part of our NASB dues to pay for registration and travel to this conference. So if the time ever came where there were not local dollars available, that we could still provide members with this opportunity. So the NASB conference will be in Austin, Texas, October, 25th through 27th. We need to know before the public meeting in August, if you would like to attend. We will send out an email, we need you to reply. And so, but these are during the week. And we just need to know because also we like to, even though we're using the PDA funds that have been set aside, we like to register people with the early bird rate. And so registration is open, I think, today.
Cause it's cheaper, right? Like they're.
Well, early bird is.
early bird, you say, get more people.
We get a member rate regardless. but
Okay, I'll say.
Still a cheaper member rate.
Right, I would say,
Early bird.
okay.
Representative?
Thank you. Question. I definitely would like to attend. I will fill out the survey. I missed the proposal deadline by a day. But my question is, has anyone in the board, even this group or previously, have we presented?
We presented previously,
Yes.
and the staff put together a proposal and we submitted it to talk about our work around student voice and with the SAC. So the staff did put in our proposal.
For this year coming up? we're
Yes.
presenting? Oh,
For it to be
great,
in Austin.
great.
In addition to what we just got confirmed today, we are writing an op-ed for the National magazine, and we just found out today that we published in the September issue. So I wrote that with one of the student representatives.
Representative Mayor.
Yeah,
Good.
and so we're just kind of leaning in on that thread of student voice and engagement. Andrew played a tremendous role in putting all this together. So thank you, Andrew.
Andrew.
To make sure we had these opportunities, and Darren, who wrote our conference proposal. So those two things are, we know the op-ed is coming out in September, and we'll know by then also By September, we'll also know whether or not our proposal has been accepted for the October.
Kudos, team.
All right. Thank you. Now, that concludes all of the items that we had in the business. I appreciate everybody for the list. At this particular time, I want to thank all the members for your time and engagement. As a reminder to members and the viewing public, State Board will not have a public meeting in July. Our next meeting will be the working meeting on August 6th, 2025. Seeing no other business before the State Board, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It has been moved by Johnson Law and seconded by Representative Best. The motion is to adjourn. All in favor?
I,
Any opposition?
no. Go home.
Abstentions? We are now adjourned. Thank you.